Man. Welcome. We're on again. Brian Michelson has been exploring truth in movement for quite some time. Big athletic background, worked hard on his own training, got some really good results and had some challenges, and he's continued to explore. I've enjoyed the conversations we've been having over the last maybe 18 months about the system that he's developed. It is along the lines that we often think about with nutrition, and when we look at psychology, looking through these evolutionary lenses of what's worked in the past, where do we come from, how do we get here? And when you look at movement through that lens, you're going to arrive to something quite different to what the modern way of thinking about training and the way it's taught in university and such arrives to. So this conversation is a chance to dive into that. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the discussion. I'm looking forward to hearing what Brian has to share. Thank you for putting the effort that you have into exploring unconventional ways to get results that you weren't getting from your CrossFit training and your bodybuilding. And yeah, look forward to hearing. And guys, as you go through, you're welcome to ask any questions and drop any observations as well. Welcome.
Love it. Thanks so much, Keegan. Really appreciate that. And yeah, it's the perfect introduction to these methods. It's looking at what's worked in the past, what we're designed and evolved to do, and is that going to give us some answers, right? Because for myself and for a lot of these young guys pushing the limits, it's still not working. Like across the board, young, old, athletic, unathletic, we've all got this physical disease, aches, pains that are showing up. Now, you know, I had a fair share of injuries that led me. It wasn't a choice for me to go look elsewhere. It was just like, it was either I'm not an athlete anymore, I'm not in this fitness world, or I'm looking for other answers. So yeah, it's been a fun ride, ups and downs, you know, dark times, but it's all for the positive if you coming up with solutions for yourself, but also to be here presenting to your community, Keegan. I can't thank you enough for the opportunity to talk to these young guys who might be going through the same struggles or just want to learn how to help others. I mean, the access to give someone information to help others, it's just huge. And Keegan, you've really inspired me along the way, and just your messages here and there to keep in check, like, hey, what's new? Or what are you figuring out? It's meant a lot. This whole community is, I'm not overly engaged with it all the time, but that's the nature of going dark and figuring things out. But yeah, I really appreciate the community, and thank you, Keegan. Thank you, everyone that's here as well.
Yeah, I love it. Look forward to this conversation. What do you do you have slides there, or you're just, what's the?
Yeah, I can jump into the slides. In a bit, I'll share a bit about my story. You've introduced it somewhat. Well, I won't go on too long, but then I'll jump into some slides. But yeah, as Keegan mentioned, I was, not to be arrogant, but I was the athletic kid. I was the talented kid. A lot of people have the stories of like, oh no, I wasn't that talented, and I worked hard, I grind. It was like, that wasn't my story. I was gifted. Like I could move, and I thought it was just natural talent. Everyone around me told me you're naturally talented, and I fed off that, and stayed excited about sports and training. Anything I tried my hand at, like could run long, could swim well. Water polo and swimming became my main sports. Played rugby and excelled at it, and could just thrive in any sport I tried. So that was great. And I grew up in Zambia. A lot of the reason for these natural abilities, I truly believe, I grew up in Zambia, detached from the modern world in a lot of ways. My dad was running hunting safaris in a remote area in Zambia. So I was outdoors in nature, always on the ground, had access and inspiration around me in terms of indigenous people living close to nature, not like we did way back when. There was already modern inputs deteriorating their health and even their movement, but I had a lot of good inspiration. I was out there moving, saw the way we were designed to move and live, right, in person, in firsthand. So that was cool, and I stayed with that up until the age of about 14 or 15. That was a large part of my world. I mean, we would go into town, but I was largely out in the wilderness areas. And then at about 13, when you go to high school, I went to high school in South Africa. So I went from Zambia, boarding school in South Africa. And yeah, we were in chairs all day. So this is new for me. I didn't have the primary school inputs of being in chairs all day. So I was like bouncy, athletic, snappy. And then got to high school, we were in these terrible leather shoes. We had, uniforms that were very restrictive in terms of their clothing. Shoes that were narrow toe box, leather, black leather shoes with a heel on them. And we were sitting in chairs all day. And, first year of high school, it was just like I was dominating everyone in terms of athleticism. I was still small, but just like was snappy, could move well, run well. And everyone's like, yeah, there's something different about this kid. And I was like, I thrived on that. It was cool. I still didn't understand it. But yeah, I mean, we got into these leather shoes in chairs all day. And then later years of high school started bodybuilding training, kettlebell swings, deadlifts, clean swings, snatches. And I was kind of had a knack for that because I was naturally talented. So I chased that. And now all of a sudden, when I was even stronger, more athletic, and actually looking quite aesthetic, I've never ripped. I had this natural physique, but now was training hard in the gym, increasing my force output, clean swing snatches. And now the niggles started showing up. I got aches, pains in my back, in my knee, until the final year of high school, I tore my ACL. Boom, done. Didn't know why it happened. It was supposedly a freak accident. Gone. Had a shoulder dislocation. Had multiple shoulder dislocations. Needed multiple surgeries on my knee and my shoulder. And then, about 23, I had this back episode doing deadlifts that compressed my back, and I was nearly paralyzed, right? So dark gym, 9 p.m. Only one in there, deadlifting. Had the keys to the gym because I was a apprentice coach at the time. Boom, couldn't feel anything. Just lay down on the floor. There was a burning sensation in my back, and then it felt nothing. And I was just bawling, crying my eyes out for like 20 minutes. And when I came to from that, eventually felt my fingers, felt my toes, and I could sit up. And I was like, something is wrong. I'm doing something wrong, so I need to figure this out. And I realized all these compressive inputs, being in chairs, being in the narrow-toed shoes, doing the deadlifts, queens, it was compressing my body. My body was previously so loose and fluid, and I was getting compressed. I couldn't even play touch rugby anymore because I was scared of cutting and turning and tearing my ACL again. So there was something wrong, right? And I went for years trying to figure it out. We all go through this process. We can no longer play our sport. We can no longer train with intensity. So we back up, and what do? Like tempo work, bodybuilding style, and then we do mobility, right? And then we go try play our sport, and we still get hurt. So it's like, okay, let's back up even further. And then our training is literally made up of corrective work, right? I'm foam rolling this, stretching that. Maybe I can do some lifting, try playing my sport. And we just, over the years, level down in terms of what our body can do, in terms of fluidity and freedom. So I knew that physiotherapists, chiropractors, they didn't have answers for me. So I had to do my own research. So I studied everything about anatomy, understanding the current science, understanding everything about anatomy. A lot of it didn't make all that much sense. Went and studied fascia. Like, okay, there's more understandings there. Looked at the Chinese meridian map and other people's interpretation of what the Chinese were actually mapping, which is, lines of contractility and movement through the body. And now you understand movement and freedom even further. And it's like, great, the answers are coming back. Kept building and building that knowledge, kept implementing, practicing. And now we got that child back, right? Like that kid I was in Zambia, I feel like that again, but now I'm like 100 kilos. So it's a bit more fun, but now like implementing these movement patterns back in through this understanding, this research that I did, it's just like, okay, we've got this fluidity back, and I understand why we went wrong, why I went wrong, and why others are going wrong. right? Not everyone will reach that cap, right, and have the serious injuries like I did, but most people are having this deterioration of their natural childlike abilities, right? The unlucky ones like me get injured, get hurt, but I think I'm one of the lucky ones because I knew the poison. It's like the frog in the boiling water. I got thrown into the boiling water. I knew it was wrong. You know, I jumped out. Some people will stay in those compressed training movement patterns, right? And by the time they're 60, 70, and 80, it's like, oh, wow, I've never had knee pain before, but I need a knee replacement. And it's just like that happens. It's slow deterioration over time. So this understanding of natural versus unnatural movement patterns. Nothing's right or wrong, and lifting isn't completely wrong, but when lifting now changes our movement patterns such that we walk and run suboptimally, that's the problem. So go lift, go fight, go clean swing, snatch, love it. But you need to optimize your natural movement patterns in the walk and the run first and foremost. That's what we're designed to do. And that's what I was able to identify for myself. My movement patterns completely changed. When I was a kid, I could get down, rest on the floor, Seiza, full squat. By the way, sitting in Seiza now, always on the floor. We'll talk a bit about that as we go on, right? But I lost those abilities, lost this freedom in my walk and run. And then from there, inefficient movement patterns in the walk and run. Of course, you can't cut and turn because that's a step further. When you can walk and run efficiently, you get the agility back, you get the explosiveness back, and you get the ability to take contact, right? So we'll talk a bit about that as I go into the slides. But, you know, that's my story. Like, I was the athletic, talented kid. Like, I won't lie about that. I would love to say I had this, you know, rough start. No, I had it all, but then lost it, doing what I thought was going to make me better, right? And other compressive habits due to, you know, the schooling situation I was in, chairs, shoes, all that. And now I'm back to athletic again. Like, I tore my ACL, back episode, multiple shoulder dislocations, couldn't walk without pain, definitely couldn't run. And then now I'm back, did a half Ironman, which is 1.9K swim, 90K bike, 21K run back to back. Did that at 100 kilograms, like not a whisper of aches, pains. Like, sure, I didn't win the thing, or get a reasonable time, but you know, it was fun. Right, back to doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Right, after a back episode, torn ACL. Now, like, I'm comfortable enough to start Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I said back to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but started Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu back to like a fighting style at nearly 30 years old. Right. So we'll jump into the slides. Yeah, that's just my story. Get a bit of wild in it, so I just shouted at you guys for like 5 minutes. So those of you still around, love it. All right, so we'll jump into the slides. I'm just going to share this screen. Please bear with me as I just get around it. And if you guys can just hop into the chat if I lose my audio or anything like that. All right, great. Just let me know you guys can see that. Love it. Thumbs up. Can you see the slides? Yeah, love it. Thank you. All right. Okay. Awesome. So I can't see you guys. Keegan, if anything sort of goes wrong or you lose my audio, just put your microphone on and let me know.
Yeah, it's coming up there. Just present.
Cool. Are we full screen?
It's got the presenter window. This window is just for you. Place it in the screen. If you hit that, got it, then we'll be able to see.
Got it? Can you see it?
No, it's showing something else.
Share this tab instead. How about that?
There. Yeah, there we go.
Cool. All right. Love it, guys. So, you know, whether we are old, young, an athlete, not an athlete, our world is struggling with physical disease, joint pain, arthritis. There's a loss of natural athleticism and fluidity. As we age, you know, we're losing that childlike bounce, and kids these days aren't even gaining that childlike bounce anymore. You know, us 90s kids and older, you know, we were outside, you know, we were moving, we were athletic kids. Kids these days aren't even gaining that, you know, in this modern world. So reduced endurance, stamina, and early wear and tear. Okay, a lot of this is speculative, guys. Like not everyone is like reducing endurance, but you know, because of this deterioration of movement patterns, like this endurance, stamina is declining, and there's early wear and tear in our bodies as a result, right? Reduced agility and explosiveness, and increase in non-contact injuries. We're seeing ACL tears go through the roof. Achilles injuries, you know, it's huge, right? Other non-contact injuries, but Achilles and ACL tears, you know, those are two that everyone sort of knows about. Reduced ability to take contact and absorb blows, right? So this is specifically for, you know, us athletes playing contact sports. You know, if we're moving improperly, that's not happening. So young, old athletes and everyday people alike, like kids these days are getting such bad feedback from their bodies that they don't want to be outside. They're inactive, and of course there's, you know, obesity, big health decline because of that. Movement patterns are not the only problem here. Sure, you know, there's, you know, nutrition, but we're talking about movement patterns today. It's a big part to play, right? Millennials plus, millennials and older, we were those athletic kids, quitting our hobbies, depressed, incapable, physically incapable men. Keegan, are you big on that? Like us as men and our physical capabilities. I mean, if you want to feel a sense of purpose in your life, that physical capability, it has to be there. But, you know, men aren't inclined to go out there and move anymore. And athletes, they're performing poorly, right? Not across the board, you know, you know, they're great athletes out there, but, you know, decades ago, you know, our sportsmen were a little bit more embodied, right? They weren't getting injured, you know, as often, and they were doing insane, intense training. People were coming out of the woods, and they were great sportsmen, right? Careers ending earlier, you know, it's a big problem for athletes. If they're getting injured, they're not getting paid. You know, it's a huge issue. So why is a lot of this happening? For kids, for us as adults, and for athletes, across the board, we've lost our natural shape and posture, right? Chairs have detached us from the floor, and the floor is our self-tuning and maintenance system. We'll dive into that, but this self-tuning maintenance system of the floor and the floor resting postures guide our natural shape and posture, right? Biomechanics are compromised, and we have inefficient gait patterns in the walk and the run. More susceptible to injury, you know, and the common training and mobility methods today aren't helping. For me to say they're further compromising positions and often furthering the problem, it's, you know, you can make your assumptions of whether that's happening or not, but, you know, at least they're not helping. I mean, we can agree on that a lot of these methods aren't doing what they claim to. Not all of them, right? So yeah, please don't, you know, hate on me for anything I'm saying here. We'll have a great discussion at the end to bring up anything. Right, dysfunctions and imbalances at the 6 key areas of the body, you know, leading to loss of joint space, early wear and tear, right? So for ourselves, our clients and athletes, I think many of us here are coaches and athletes, but at least you're interested in health and fitness yourself. It's just, there are such low-hanging fruits here in the maintenance of your body. Get back to the floor, unlock and utilize the floor resting postures, right? Seiza, full squat, cross-legged, these are self-tuning maintenance systems that will guide your posture and your shape. Understand biomechanics, optimize your biomechanics in your training, prioritizing the walk and run locomotion, right? Over and above lifting and force production, right? In linear movement patterns. Lifting and force production can be very beneficial and can aid, you know, the performance, but the biomechanics in the walk and the run need to be optimal first. Otherwise, you know, you're shooting a bullet down a bent barrel. That makes sense, right? Corrective exercise. I'll talk about this here, but I don't address this as the whole topic of its own. Create alignment and balance at each of the key areas of the body, feet and ankles, knees and lower limbs, right? These 6 key areas of the body, if you have had previous injury, corrective exercise is important for you. So those who have struggled with injury in the past or have severe imbalances, will address those, right? So for everyone, these methods that I stated previously, getting back to the floor, optimizing biomechanics and corrective exercise, they're helping everyone get better feedback from their body. I haven't had anyone, whether it's an adult, child, athlete, old, young, they want to move more. They just getting better feedback from their body. I don't tell them, but they just start moving more. Start a new hobby, sports and hobbies. Keep playing the hobbies you love, right? And improve the quality of your life. I mean, getting down to the floor and playing with your kids and grandkids, if you have joint pain and injury, that's taken away from you, right? To get out of pain, to improve your, to overcome injuries, that seriously improves the quality of your life, right? Endurance, agility, contact. So in these three disciplines, our abilities come back. We improve our endurance abilities through efficiency of movement. Less strain, less wear and tear, less energy to do the same amount of work because you have efficient movement patterns. So improved endurance abilities to walk and run long, improved lateral agility and explosiveness. And often people saying, I feel light on my feet, right? So you get the endurance and stamina back, agility back, and then this reduced risk of injury in contact ability. So if you play a contact sport, or you're fighting, or an everyday situation where you are fighting, or you take contact, you're hit by something, you fall over, your ability to absorb force is improved, right? Now for athletes, with the above stated, they're going to stay on the field longer. They're not going to miss games, longer careers, and more successful careers, right? If an athlete is staying injury-free, they have good maintenance systems in place, they're going to have longer careers, right? So posture and chairs. Everything in our modern world is at chair height, right? And it's out of convenience. So you get out of bed, you go sit at the table and have a coffee, you jump in the car, drive to work. Excuse my spelling errors here, guys. But you sit in the car, you go to work. It's all at chair height, right? Then you might go to the gym if you get a chance, and you sit on a machine that's again at chair height. Think of pec deck. You might move around the bench, and then back home you're sitting on the sofa, right? So everything is at chair height. We don't ever get down to the floor, so we've lost that floor maintenance system, right? And we become the chair. Compressed, compression through the front side of the body, and we have this fascial creep and this tension that is getting held in the pecs and the abdominals, right? And you take that chair away, and you notice how, your quads would be loaded up. Imagine you take a chair away and you slumped into a chair position, right? And you had to hold that static position. There would be so much load through your quadriceps, right? Your abdominals and chest would be holding you forward. So that's just to state and to give you an example, like this is what's being reinforced when we sit in a chair all day. Compression through the abdominals and the chest, and a loading up into the knee and the quadriceps, right? Lack of activation through that backside of the body, which is primarily what we designed to do, is activate through the backside to move forwards. So when we get down to the floor, it can reshape our posture and position, right? We start to improve our shape, and indirectly biomechanics. The way we walk and run improves just from getting down to the floor. You can improve the biomechanics of your walk and run, right? The 10 floor resting postures are Seiza, toe tuck, kneeling pose, right? There's a prayer variation of that. I'll go through and show you guys pictures. But paleo squat, resting squat, Taylor's pose, long sit, side saddle, cowboy, and cross-legged. All right. So let's have a look. This is Seiza and a toe tuck variation of that. We should be very comfortable in these, right? Not looking very photogenic here, but there's toes pointed, heels out in a regular Seiza. These toe tucked, you look at the picture on the right, this toe tuck, that plantar fascia on the bottom of the feet should be very comfortable with your whole toe being on the ground. Now that plantar fascia moving over the calcaneus or the heel, into the the soleus and the gastrocnemius and that whole lower leg, that should be comfortable sitting in that position on the right? That toe tuck kneeling pose, it's more of a standby pose. Your fascia is primed and ready to go, so you won't rest there too long. But the position on the left, Seiza, you should be able to sit there, comfortably for a while. Sit, read a book, whatever you're up to. Paleo squat, right? Heels up, just this ability to sit with your heels up, balanced on the balls of your feet, right? Then, of course, the resting squat, heels down and sitting and resting down. That's the one where you can sit all day. You can sit there, have a phone call, read a book. That resting squat should be comfortable for all of us. Taylor's pose, soles of the feet facing each other, knees out, right? The reason it's called Taylor's pose, that's how a shoe tailor will, or a cobbler will sit and fix their shoes. And then a long sit, basic sit at 90 degrees, without a tuck of the pelvis, too much of a rounding of the lower back. Like that should be comfortable. Side saddle, we look on the left, that is side saddle, one leg turned out to the side and one leg in Seiza, right? We've got cowboy on the right, one leg in Seiza and one leg in a squat. So these are variations that are very comfortable and very restful, right? And will be in time. You might not be that right now, right? So with these floor resting postures, all 10 should be comfortable. If you have pain or compensation, it's a sign that you're out of alignment and there's work to do. If you can't get into any of these 10 floor resting postures, you do not ignore that. That needs to be one of the priorities of your mobility work and training, because that tells you that you're out of alignment. If you're adding intensity on top of a structure that's out of alignment, you're going to be in trouble. And it won't be a surprise when it's just like, oh, my knee's flaring up. It's just like, well, yeah, sure. You're out of alignment and you're adding intensity to it. Mobility sessions can be geared around those 10 floor resting postures, as well as some other decompressive moves, including, hangs with the shoulder. These 10 resting postures, of course, they're primarily based around the lower body, but they have a tuning of the whole system as a whole, right? Yoga and other extreme range mobility programs may be excessive and not conducive to optimal biomechanics, especially if you have discomfort and pain getting into the basic floor resting postures. They need to be a priority rather than front or side splits, in my opinion, right? So the benefits of the floor resting posture, of course, this alignment, this return back to movement, correct movement patterns, circulation, lymphatic drainage. There's other benefits there that we could go on and on about, mental and physiological benefits, but like that's great, right? So again, those are the floor resting postures that we should be comfortable with. Now, a single arm hang, the shoulder rise, it's designed to hang, right? If we have evolved from something close to apes, there's no doubt that the shoulder was designed to hang, and we can have amazing benefits, especially with a single arm hang, right? Shoulder health is huge, and it's quite simple. If you really sort of grip and let that elbow rotate out to the side, back and behind you, instead of staying in external rotation, those of you aware of that, let that shoulder internally rotate, let it completely hang, right? The floor resting postures throughout daily life, simply eating, resting, working on the floor, there's huge benefits to that alone. But of course, you have to be comfortable in them, for that to be an option. So you can raise your hips up a little bit higher and get into these floor resting postures throughout your days. Implement them into your workouts. Spend time, between sets and intervals, resting on the floor. So, between your pull-ups and Seiza, it's just awesome. Your body's warm as well. So, workouts are a great time to get into these floor resting postures and just get more comfortable in them. Post-workout is huge. While your body is still warm and as it cools down, don't sit slouched over. Don't get into your car before you've sit in a resting squat or sit in Seiza for at least 3 to 6 minutes, right? Dedicated mobility routines that are geared around these floor resting postures. So you look at those floor resting postures, gear your mobility routines around them. I do that for all the mobility routines I create. It's nothing excessive, and that is outside of these floor resting postures, or at least too far variance from them. If you can't do them yet, it takes time. If you've had previous injuries, then corrective exercise is going to be very important for you. I don't address that today. There's a lot to cover, right? So that's the floor resting postures. Now, our biomechanics, the way we walk and run, is well improved by just getting back to the floor. But it's a topic of its own, optimizing your walking and running. And the first question is like, is there an optimal way to walk and run? So some people think not, right? Like some people think there's so much variation in the way people walk and run that it's just like, oh, there's nothing that's optimal. I disagree, and in my opinion, there is optimal biomechanics, and I'll explain why, and we can talk about that. Open to contrary views. For every other animal, there's a consistent way that they walk and run across species, and as they age, that remains consistent. So I'm going to jump ahead and show you this. Right, bear, mama bear, and her cubs, they walk and move the same. Right, mama lion and her cubs, they walk and move the same. Pay specific attention to the head aligning over the foot, that shape that shows up at the back leg. So as we're looking at it on the right, the animal's left leg. See how they're aligned and absorbing force the same. Do you see that recovery of the animal's right leg and the leg that's on our left? Right? Do you see that recovery, that sort of toe in, that heel out, that efficient movement back forwards? They walk the same. Elephant and its baby, they walk and move the same. Right? For us, it's not as complex. Why is this different for humans? So you look at the second point here. Why is this different for humans? We are more complex because in our evolution and in our childhood, we were tetrapod, which means we crawled, right? Tetrapod or all fours. Then we progressed to bipedal, not only in our evolution, but as we progress from children, we're no longer crawling, we're now bipedal, we're walking. And when we lose connection with the crawl after childhood, in the modern world, there's so much variance, right? Because we're not interacting with the ground, we're not sitting on the floor anymore. There is less variance in indigenous tribes people. Children and adults walking next to each other in indigenous tribes, they walk and move the same. But the modern world, between children and adults, it seems to be very different, right? So the natural and unnatural movement patterns, I'll talk about those briefly, so no need to run over that there. But those are kind of cool, right? You see they move the same. The movement patterns are the same. Very cool image here of the bears. And the lion and her cubs, elephant, great. It's more complex for us because we need to go from a prone position. We then sit, we then crawl, then walk and run. And it's a long road for us to get to the walk and run, right? We're born in a crazy, fetal position, tucked over. Some animals are born, like, an impala. I got to witness this. An impala gets born and it's immediately within 20 minutes, it's off and running. All right. But we go through various steps: prone, sit, crawl, walk, run. And if we miss steps and we have interferences like shoes too early, or that baby didn't crawl and they went straight from sitting to walking, and that often happens, or they're sitting in chairs too early, that can lead to unnatural movement patterns. When steps are done properly, an adult remains in contact with the ground and they keep optimal biomechanics into their later years, right? And there's huge benefits to that in terms of your efficiency, performance, longevity. It's huge, and we'll talk about that, right? So natural gait patterns: straight foot landing, a stable ankle, loading of the hips back, as we load onto the front leg, the knee turning out, head over the foot, a contra twist of the spine, and the overhand motion of the hips, right? So straight foot. Here we have Michael Jordan, right? So one of the natural fluid athletes. A lot of people didn't understand why he was so good. He had great natural movement patterns. You watch him, some people thought he was, slightly pigeon toe, but when he lands, index toe points straight. His ankle stays stable. We don't have that pronation and that ankle collapse, right? Now, this straight foot with ankle stability, we see the patterns show up in the crawl. If you practice the crawl, you can see on the left there, you step with the index toe straight, right? And that should show up in your walk and run as well, right? So the knee turning out and loading during the load, right? This knee loads slightly out, right? So we don't want an excessive bow leg, and we don't want to emphasize that, but during explosiveness, sometimes cutting and turning, we see this shape that shows up. And as we load, the knee turns out, right? St. Bolt, in preparation for his loading, he's got so much efficiency moving through that spine that he's already starting to load out before his landing. Maradona on the left, I don't know who this is playing volleyball. All right. hips load back, and we create this sort of bow shape in the knee. And the crawl can help you reintegrate that. So we see, we as a species, we started crawling, right? And then we progress to the walk and run. It's when we lose connection to the crawl and the characteristics of the crawl that our gait patterns get out of check. So these are natural gait patterns, and I put the crawl next to it to show you not just that you can use the crawl to reintegrate natural movement patterns, but they are similar shapes and patterns, right? So loading of the hips back. So we see a J-shaped spine, a nice curvature of the lower back, and an openness through the upper back, right? For many people, we see this opposite. We see a rounding of the upper back and a flattening of the lower back, right? And we see the hips in relation to the chest. The hips are behind, right? Big buttocks and big glutes, or at least the appearance of that, because the glutes are long and back behind us, right? In movement, right, this lumbar curvature really helps us with the run, and we'll talk a bit about that, right? So prone work, as babies, the first thing we did was prone work to gain that curvature, and then we see on the right, I'm demonstrating a crawl where we learn to use that lower back curvature in forward movement for the first time, which is the crawl, right? So an overhand motion of the hips, right? This might be hard to explain without sort of me being there, but there's an overhand motion of the hips. The back leg recoils inwards. The toe is in, the heel is out if you look at that back leg. So we're looking at the athlete on the left, and we're looking at their right leg. So the athlete's right leg, but we're looking to the left, the leg on the left, right? You see how that leg rotates in. Now this hip is doing an overhand motion, right, to recoil and move forwards. You will see Michael Jordan do the same thing. This is Tom Brady, way on the right. He had some very efficient movement patterns as well. So if you don't have a natural lumbar curvature, which we spoke about as a baby, and through the crawling, we gain natural lumbar curvature. If you don't have that, this cornering and rotating in won't happen, right? You can return back to the crawl to see that naturally show up, and that back leg will recoil inwards. If we look at the baby on the left, their right leg, so we're looking at the right because they're away from us, you see that toe in, that heel out, right? That's me on the right. See the same thing. Head over the foot in motion. So the lion on the left, we see the head over the landing foot, the foot that's on the ground. Her head is moving over to the left, right? My right foot is on the ground. My head is moving over and loading onto the right. So a efficient runner, efficient movers, they will have their head loading over the landing foot. So we're hearing this a lot today. Head over foot. That's important, right? So this is a drive out of the lower body. With this crawl and any sort of incline work. You're pushing a sled. You're doing hill inclines. You will notice it's easier for you to get that head over the foot, and that's a way you can get that movement pattern of your spine back, getting his head over the foot, right? So examples of natural movement patterns, we see it in young kids who are still resting on the ground, who crawled and moved well. They weren't sitting in chairs, their hips way back and behind the body, natural lumbar curvature, and they can sit and rest in certain positions. Indigenous tribes people, we see the hips back and behind us, people left untouched, still outdoors, working, resting on the floor, hips back and behind the body with a nice lumbar curvature and a J-shaped curve of the spine. Right. Elite sportsmen. This is Michael Jordan on the left, Tom Brady on the right. Long careers, relatively injury-free in their respective sports. These are longevity cases. So Dean Karnazes, he's known as the man who could run forever. And on the right, we have Jeannie Rice, right? So other longevity cases, Ida Keeling, she was 105 years old and she was sprinting and running. She had these efficient movement patterns. If we look at that picture of her on the right, her head is aligning over the landing foot, the back heel going away, and that rotation in of that back leg, overhand movement of the hips. It's all there, right? And that's a big part of why she was moving that way. Sure, she has other secrets for us, but her movement patterns are obvious. Dean Karnazes, the man who can run forever. He moves so well. Still, I think he's 60 plus, still moving. 73-year-old Jeannie Rice is still rocking it and getting faster than she was in her 60s, right? And there could be many factors why, but the long story short, she had good movement patterns, right? So let's talk about unnatural gait patterns. So we looked at these natural gait patterns. We've seen them, show up in athletes, longevity cases. Let's look at unnatural gait patterns. Toes out, ankle collapse, knee and quad loading, knee turning in during loading, underhand motion of the hips, or at least just a lateral plane movement of the hips, back leg turns out at release, and the head, the spine isn't moving efficiently. So this might not mean poor performance, right? Like we've got a Kenyan marathon runner here. I believe she was even winning this marathon, but inefficient patterns. Longevity, she could be better for longer if she had and improves her movement patterns, right? Ankle collapse, there's a lot of arguments that pronation, can improve your performance. There's limited ability to pronate, and in my opinion, it's not an efficient way to be absorbing force into the ground, right? Knee and quad loading, knee turning in during loading, right? If we are quad dominant and our body is happy with loading into the quad more than it is back and into the glutes and the butt, that knee will rotate it. We will have that knee shifting in, less joint space, and compromised absorbing of force into that side. An underhand motion of the hips. So now we're looking at the back leg turning outwards instead of recoiling and turning inwards. So I'm going to go all the way back to the efficient movement patterns. You see that recoil inwards, that back leg going in. Now let's jump to that inefficient. We see that back leg turning out, right? You see it, I believe those on the left, there's a couple of CrossFit athletes, a dominance in terms of lifting mechanics, and that's showing up in their movement mechanics. Not against lifting, but when it shows up in your biomechanics, your walk and run, then it can be a problem for performance, wear and tear, and longevity, all that, right? So that back leg recoiling out, it's also connected with a tucking of the pelvis. Limited spinal movement. Even if the head does get over the foot, you can see a very stiff, straight spine, not a lot of spinal movement and flow. And the reason I've just put the deadlift and the kettlebell swing is that when the hips thrust forward, we have less spinal movement. So they're correlated there. So the hips thrusting forwards are compressing the spine. When the spine's compressed, it doesn't want to side bend. So we lose that motion. Unnatural compensations that happen, often lifters, and we can see it in the standing position of those that have lifted for a long, long time. We have these compromised patterns and positions that often show up. A one-arm ball sport can lead to asymmetrical compensations, right? And that's something that needs to be addressed if you have spent years playing a one-arm ball sport. Swimmers have a very obvious and common compensation, very small glutes. They don't sit back and behind the need to drive themselves forward. They have this flattening of the lower back and an excessive rounding of the upper back, which is contrary to the J-shaped curve in the spine that we were looking at here, right? So we look at that young baby, indigenous tribes people. Now we go all the way back. Do you see how that is almost an opposite spinal posture, right? CrossFit, just because I was part of the CrossFit world, I saw how movement patterns really changed. It changed for me. There's a lot of high intensity inputs of lifting, which then shows up in running. And CrossFitters are moving so much that often the wear and tear shows up earlier than other athletes, right? And that intensity is a shortcut to results. Sometimes intensity is a shortcut to wearing through wear and tear or injury. What is leading to poor gait mechanics and movement patterns, in my opinion? Disconnection from the ground, an overemphasis of lifting mechanics, which is showing up in the forward movement inputs, and we don't have enough natural forward movement inputs during training. We have a hyper specialization in some sports, like the compensations, one-arm compensation. If you're overdoing that, there are unnatural adaptations that can take place. Unnatural adaptations aren't always bad and might improve your performance. So someone who's always jumping, loading up into the patella and the quad may be positive. So not all adaptations are a bad thing, but long term, it doesn't seem to be positive. So if that's you, you have these negative movement pattern inputs, and you've played some of these sports where you have these compensations, and something's ringing a bell there. It's quite simple what you need to do. We need to return back to our mobility and maintenance postures of the floor, right? Get back. And maybe if you're really struggling with those floor resting postures, you need to avoid extreme range work for now, right? And this is an interesting one for this community, because a lot of you guys are chasing extreme ranges. But it's just my challenge to get the basics down first and then move on with the others. Right, mechanics-based training. Prioritize forward locomotion as the base of your hierarchy. If you want to lift, you need to build a bigger base. So you need to optimize your walk and run movement inputs. And in severe cases, you might need to avoid lifting while you get your movement patterns in check. Most people, if you haven't had injuries, you will be able to do both, but you need to do more optimizing of forward locomotion than lifting mechanics, right? Corrective exercise, I won't talk too much about this, but if you have severe compensations and injuries, then you need to go through those corrective exercise protocols and processes. I take my clients through a 4-step process, which always builds back into a crawling integration. So we create alignment and balance in your body, and then we move back and input that into the crawl, right? So does it work? Well, it worked for me, right? I was seriously injured. Here's the shoulder injury I was talking about. That's after surgery. I was happy. I'd, obviously just feeling optimistic. On the left bottom picture, that's after my ACL tear. I was on crutches for a long time. And, you can see how the shape of my legs were not optimal. And they completely shifted and changed. And naturally, my toes point much straighter. I don't toe out anymore. My kneecaps point straight instead of out. And I no longer have this knock-kneed shape, especially on that left leg. And I've had a straightening of my legs. Now I've been able to really get into endurance and adventuring, which is what I love. I'm not, playing any sports other than Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. The endurance sports are really what I love. Ability to go long, hike, adventure. It's what I love. So that was my journey. I tore my ACL, dislocations, multiple surgeries in a back episode. Then now doing half Ironman, multiple day adventures, hikes, dancing. Dancing, funny. Didn't know I put that in there. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and more. But the whole idea here is we've got this freedom back, right? Over 100 clients that I've taken through, and I have some of the stories from them, right? Regaining childlike abilities, starting new hobby. It's all there, right? Why is it working so well? Everyone seems to be finding answers in returning to nature. Movement and training is no different. So like Keegan mentioned in the beginning, nutrition, the answers are behind us. Same thing with movement. The answers are behind us, right? So this is, again, just a couple of before and afters. I had no glutes. I lost, you see that compression, that rounding of the upper back, no lumbar curvature, compression to the front side of the body, no glutes, to a complete change. Regained my lower back curvature, a better upright position in the upper back. My glutes are just naturally big. I don't deadlift, don't squat, at least not much anymore. And I have got bigger glutes and backside of my body than ever before. All right. So, a lot of you guys, where to go from here? Do your studying, enjoy this stuff. This is my system. It's called the Movement Detox. And it's my interpretation of all this research on fascia, meridians, natural movement patterns, and more. If you're a coach, then you need to be looking at this stuff and gaining your own interpretation of this. If your client or someone needs help, the Movement Detox or similar systems will be positive for you. But if you're a coach, you need to be studying the old science on movement. It's really getting old. Do your own research. An understanding of the floor resting postures from Jonathan Kingdon and Philip Beach has really helped me. Fascia is a hot topic, and Tom Myers is doing some good work. But one thing about fascia is don't obsess over it, right? It's just a tissue. These fascial guys, they think fascia is just everything, and they start to ignore others, which is leading to a problem of its own, a new problem. Philip Beach, check out his book, Muscles and Meridians, brings a field model to movement. And that's all I'll say about that, because it can get more complex. Serge Grokovetsky, Spinal Engine, it's worth looking at. Don't buy the book. It's too expensive for what you get out of it. But you can get summaries of it. But he thinks of the body as a machine. So he thinks of the spine as an engine. But I would argue that the spine is a gearbox, and Philip Beach helps with some understanding of that, because we can have a forward and reverse gear of our spine. But yeah, I'll be teaching more about these methods. I mean, it's my passion to share this with others, coaching coaches, and building out my team with coaches interested in coaching these methods. Great. Keegan and I have some ideas about getting this to others, and even this presentation is a big step in showing Keegan what it's about. So yeah, I'm going to come back to you guys, and there's going to be an invitation to just actually get back down to the floor and sit in a resting squat, or one of the positions that might suit you. So if you're keen and it's available to you, get down to the floor, put your phone or your laptop down on the floor, resting squat, Caesar, whatever you feel up for. Right. I love it, guys.
Daniel's got a question.
Brian, could I ask also? Oops, sorry. Hi, Brian, could I ask a question? What are your thoughts about sleeping on the floor, as in back position, side positions, that type of stuff?
Right. Yeah. So, lying on your back, lying on your front, they're interesting. I don't think they're all that natural to us. Fetal position on the side, and especially lying on the left, seems to be what's most natural. They do this crazy thing with kids where they have them all lie on their back, and it's just like, okay, lie on your side, guys. 20 out of a room of 20 kids, like 18 lie on their side, on their left side. And apparently that's something to do with the groove of the lung on the left. The heart doesn't compress. If you lie on the right, there isn't that groove. There's a groove in the left lung, and the heart sits there. And then, in terms of biomechanical efficiency, like a fetal position, legs nice and comfortable together, that seems to be the most decompressive. But yeah, there's other things that to it. But yeah, I think fetal position on the side. Thanks, William. What do you reckon?
Hey, Brian, I have a question.
Love it.
Do you hear me?
Hey. Yeah. Who have I got here? It says just D.
Yeah, my name is Daniel. I'm
Daniel.
in the Uncom program. I naturally find myself in these positions a lot on the ground already, without consciously thinking about it. Yeah, I always have a mat laying around, and when I have time, I do get to the ground. But my question is, do you have something like a checklist where you decide it is time to start lifting and it is time to load the body? Like, how's your decision system behind that? When are you ready?
Yeah. So, the training that you do, first off, getting back to the floor, optimizing those floor resting positions, they're key and should always be there running in the background. If you're walking and you're running very efficiently and you're doing that quite often throughout your weeks, then you have more space to add some load and some resistance. I still think like the load and resistance that you add should be in somewhat of a biomechanically efficient way. So let's say instead of a bench press where you could optimize your bench press by externally rotating the shoulders, locking out the elbow to have a short range of motion, get your best bench press. Rather go a little lighter, keep the pressure through the outside of the palm as if you're throwing or striking. You see how that would be very inefficient to get your max weight, but it would lead to something that is optimal in a strike or a flow, right? Or at least if you're going to bench press, go down and crawl between them. So at least you're inputting something good while you're doing something compressive. And, Ben, you said they're compressive inputs, good term. So yeah, if you're having a lot of compressive inputs, just have natural inputs. But there is training that you can do, adding resistance and lifting weights, that is biomechanically efficient. So you can lunge or even in squat in a way that gets your hips and your chest loaded towards the leg that's in front. Boom, weight into chest or a weight vest. I prefer a weight vest, even weight back to front, just because you're not changing the biomechanics too much. But there is a time where it's just like, yeah, I want to make sure that I can lift some shit off the ground. Like I went the other day,
Yeah.
it was just like, can I still clean, 130, 140? It's just like, yeah, shit, I might need to do that. I might need to throw someone that size over my shoulder. It's just like, know that you can do that. But it's when it's done so often that your nervous system remembers that. And we all love lifting and we get excited about it. And even if we're not lifting and we're just walking, we're thinking about it. So your body starts to lift while you walk, right? So there's so much nuance to this, but you can lift in a way that's biomechanically efficient. And if you are having some compressive inputs because they're important for your sport, or you just want to know you can throw down, then at least input some positive movement patterns and have a big enough base that they aren't interfering with your walk and run biomechanics.
Mhm.
Love it. Awesome. Thanks, Daniel. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Love it. Awesome. Keegan, you
Hi,
said
Brian.
someone had a question. Sorry.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask a quick question before my power goes off. I just wanted to ask, how did you develop confidence in these movements in order to do them and to show them to your clients and other people without feeling, I don't know, a little weird or embarrassed? Because I know these movements and talking about this stuff is kind of ostracized a bit by the more traditional crowd. So I just wanted to know, how did you build your confidence in these movements to push them like this?
Yeah, I've always been a bit weird and different, so that's like it's kind of I'm chilled with that. But yeah, I get what you mean. It's so contrary to what everyone else is doing. So I really had to build my belief and do my research and be competent in my embodiment of this stuff. That I was like, yeah, I truly believe that this is what's positive for others, and this is what is positive in helping me. So you have to do your research and understand everything, and even understand the other side of the story. It's just like I understood all the lifting mechanics. Like I dove down those rabbit holes hard. Like I understand what the physiotherapist. Like I did a whole physiotherapy curriculum through my sister. She's a physiotherapist. I did the entire curriculum. Well, at least the anatomy, physiology, the important parts. I was just like, I understood it, and I can also say, what I think they're missing. So there's a lot of research behind this stuff. So you learn the right books, you can speed up your process. Like for example, like what I know can be transferred to you guys much quicker. You don't have to do the 3, 4, 5 years of like going down the rabbit holes I did. You can take my information, but also read the information that I read. So whatever I'm biasing, you or whatever your perspective on it, like it's fresh, right? So a lot of these guys, they do all this research, and you read the guy at the top who's done all the research. He's cherry picked stuff. He's chosen what applies to him and what he likes, in some way likes. So yeah, connection with guys like me will help you, get that process going further. But you just got to know your shit and embody it, right?
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Mohammed, and yeah, cheers if your power goes out. Like, thanks for being here.
Last one there with Christoph.
Hello guys, hi Brian. Thanks for thanks to you for the presentation. I have a question because you mentioned childlike mobility and you displayed as well animals. What would be your take on animal flows as a training as well?
Yeah, I love it, but we're a human, and our movement patterns are different to a gorilla, a lizard. But those like crawl variations, the cat crawl, the lizard crawl, it can really help you, get our natural movement patterns back. But eventually, we're so complex that going and focusing on how to create movement patterns of another animal is taking away from the human experience. And we have a very specific way we did things. So honor that through your training, I think, can lead to more positive results than some of this primal movement pattern stuff, where I see guys doing, running like a monkey and going on the top of branches. It's just like some of that, is very beneficial to becoming very athletic, snappy, where, so there's huge positives to it, and they're embodying a lot of these practices. Again, I think it sometimes becomes an extreme. It's like a very hyper specialized athlete now, where it's like an Olympic weightlifter. So that anytime you hyper specialize in something, like I think there's a loss. But the animal flow stuff is cool, and it's fun, and it's a move in the right direction if you are someone who has been bound up, been compressed, just to get some freedom back, to get dancing, flowing, and moving. It's cool. Yeah, I love it.
Thank you.
So there's space for it. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks so much, Brian. I think the clarity that you expressed around the floor stuff is really innovative. And yeah, you're expressing this message clearer and clearer each time we have these conversations. Well done again, sharing today. I appreciate the amount of work you've put into your understanding of this, and the passion you put into it, and sharing it with other coaches and athletes. It's much appreciated, and do look forward to the next phases of it, where you guys can get into, you can guide through the experience as well. I know you're working with a lot of athletes and online coaches, online trainers you're training people online, and you're working with coaches. It would be good to introduce more of that into the network for those who are wanting to experiment with it and experience it for themselves. There's some clear logic that there's something to it. It's pretty easy to make the argument that if all children can get into these positions, then we should probably retain those abilities. There's always going to be debate at the pointy end of what makes the best athletes the best athletes. But that's a discussion that we should continue to have, and it's good to get this perspective. And it's amazing that you've got yourself back to being able to move in the way you want to after brutal injuries and challenges, which not everyone's been through. Most people haven't been through those challenges that you've been through, but to get back from them is really inspiring as well. So thanks so much again today.
Thank you, Keegan. I really appreciate those words. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Eddie in Holland, Netherlands. He's also very much into his movement patterns and road flow, and getting the spine going, and getting the breath going, and getting the mind going with meditation. And he's also a drummer, a musician. So he's really got a lot of talents and abilities. He's the kind of uncommon man we're looking to support, and he's turned that into a business as well in the last 12 months, which is fantastic. So he gets to focus full time on what he really wants to do, which is what we should all be doing as well. So thanks, Eddie. Welcome. So over to you.
Thanks, Keegan. Yeah, thanks for opening. And thanks, Brian, for the amazing presentation. It was really inspiring. Yeah, guys, so my name is Eddie. I'm from the Netherlands. I have a lot of things that I do. Keegan already told you guys. So I'm an ATG coach, TRS, studied level with Kelly Starrett, mindfulness coach, and I studied drums at Music College in Rotterdam, which is one of the top 10 music colleges in the world, where only 5 people per year get in. Yeah, and I joined OnCom last year, and I've been using the framework, letting really the framework work for me, actually, and it's been quite a journey. And if I can give you all just one tip, is just take action. That's one thing I really missed when I started, or before starting with OnCom, was being able to take action, wasting time thinking about things, trying to create things, and not actually taking action on those things. So over the last year, I'm now running strength and mobility programs online, teaching personal training online, training different athletes, climbing athletes mostly, to help them move better, becoming more mindful in their practices. And I have a company with my girlfriend, or my partner, where we travel to teach yoga, meditation, movement in workshops and retreats in Europe. And I still play gigs as a drummer. And one thing I was just missing before OnCom was taking action on all these things. And instead of working for others all the time, we're now just working for ourselves, which has been a really cool change. And just a little story about that drive, dedication, and motivation is that when I to get into music college in Holland here in Rotterdam, you got to audition, and like hundreds of people do audition, and they only let 5 people in, right? So I was the only one in the history of the college to do an audition 4 years in a row, right? The first year I auditioned, and they're like, you need a little bit more of this and that. So, all right, see you next year. So next year I come back, they're like, you're still missing a little bit of this and that. It's like, cool, see you next year. No worries. I'm going to study my ass off again. I'm going to be back. So third year I come back and they told me, man, you've improved like massively, awesome. But unfortunately, you're number 6 on the list, right? Like, fuck, what am I going to do right now? I was kind of like broken, 2 months of just fooling around, feeling lost and trying to regain my focus, and picked up the focus again and tried to get back to it. And the next year I got in, and that's just an amazing journey of trying to grab that focus, know what the goal is, and get in there. And there's way more to that story, but what I wanted to share with you guys today is that one thing that glues everything together, and what Keegan kind of helped me see this year, is that the mindfulness and the awareness of being in the present moment, right? Which is the capacity to get clear on what's actually happening in the moment, being aware of where you are, being present, and using that to do work, training, movement, learning new skills and whatnot. And since we're all in Uncom, or most of us, we all kind of strive to be an expert in some area, right? We want to learn, we want to get stronger, fill up our days to be productive. But where's that life actually happening, right? For me, there's always been that gray area of, are you aware of what you're doing in this moment, to give yourself time to slow down, enjoy the journey, and to actually be aware of what's happening. And I think most of you people recognize that sometimes days just seem to pass by as a high-speed train, right? And then at the end of the day, you're like, I did so much, but I still feel I didn't do anything, right? You feel like kind of lost in that sense. And that's kind of what happened after all my years of studying at the music college. So when you get in, I finally got in after 4 years of studying. I still had 4 years to do that Bachelor of Music, and studied my ass off to become an expert in drums, played shows all over the world with different artists, played in an award-winning musical, did workshops all over the country and in Europe. And what happened in the end was that was only focused on the outcome. So when that was happening, my study was over, I was kind of lost. And I realized that I wasn't actually aware all those years of practicing. I was just in some sort of tunnel vision, and I fell in this black hole of nothingness and burned out because I wasn't really there all the time, and that's something that glued it all together in the practice that I share now, is that people go to India or whatever to meditate, to become present, and to get into some sort of monk mode, and they come back to return to society to find out that they've been fending off distractions there by being away, and they come back in this life where they're, it's not kind of realistic for most of us. Yet most of us need to become more aware to be able to become aware of the process that we're going to. And we can actually train our attention, and that's something that's becoming a bigger part of my practice in everything that I share, where we can be more present and aware. And it doesn't have to be sitting in a monk mode, right? You can finish that or cover that gray area between life and practice. And we as uncommon men are going through this process of becoming a best version of ourselves, right? We dream of that dream life and we want to focus on the goals, but we forget sometimes that it's all happening right now. So the first skill of anything, or practice or the practice of whatever we're doing in work, is the awareness, right? Meaning that you choose to put your attention to something that you actually want your attention to focus on. And the more we kind of absorb that, the more we inflow, we get more into flow, so that in life we flow our attention in playing an instrument for me, or doing work, or in your training to have better recovery or to avoid injuries in the future. And the question of that is then, how do we make the most of our attention or what we're doing in the moment? And it's not the what we do that makes our practice or time valuable. It's more the how we do it. So with commitment, with dedication, with curiosity, with openness. And the more we kind of deliberately practice that, either in meditation or in our lives, the better we become at that, with anything we're doing, like even having a good conversation. As oncomers, we all have calls with each other. So the more we can be present and aware to that, the more receptive we're going to be to someone. And the more we can practice that. So yeah, something I noticed is that I implement that way more in all of my practices. And it really happened because I started to take action. That's the biggest change for me over the last year. And it helped me clarify on what I'm actually passionate about. And that's helping other people to find their true potential as well, in what they're wanting to do, right? And it can be mindfulness or awareness or meditation or however you want to call it. For some people, that can be really abstract, but it's the thing that you can implement it right now into your daily life, instead of going to India for months trying to become a monk and then come back in society where it's not realistic to live like that. So yeah, that's something I'm really passionate about over the last years, and Uncom has really given me the chance, the framework. I took action on that, which has helped me to clarify on all those things. And the more I take action, the more it's becoming clearer to me, like, oh, I want to go in this direction. Instead, in the beginning, I wasn't even clear of what I wanted to do. So yeah, thanks, Keegan, for putting this together and giving us as well the chance to talk about this. That's it for me. So if there's any questions about this, or you want to, talk a little bit more about this, there's way more to the story. Feel free to reach out, send me a DM, and we can hop on a call and chat about it.
Thanks, Eddie. Well done. Thanks for sharing the story. And yeah, you've made a big change, and figuring out the fun of having a business and doing well in business and helping people is a big thing as well. Yeah, I'd be looking forward to you teaching other men about drumming ability and meditation. And it's been a great journey so far. More to go. I'm not getting munched out here. Thanks, Eddie. Does anyone have any questions, feedback there?
Hey, question for Eddie. So it's interesting to me that you can, hey man, I'm happy to see you talking about this, because I really like when you do your drumming and stuff like that. And it's really interesting to me that you can implement, like, I've always considered meditation as kind of a don't do anything, but it almost seems like you're able to implement that type of mind frame into your activities. So could you elaborate a little bit on like how you actively meditate, or like how do those two things co-align? How does meditation align with activity? Because I've always considered them as separate.
Yeah, that's for me a big misconception about meditation in general, is that people think that you're gonna clear your mind or just do nothing. But meditation is really about being able to focus on that one thing. It's not about staying in that moment. It's about returning and noticing that you're actually getting lost in thought or something when you're sitting on your cushion. But getting into this flow state is really about being able to focus your attention, your awareness on that what you are really doing. So for me, drumming or even training as well right now, it's getting in that flow state and trying to keep that attention in that moment, and focusing on that is the meditation part. It's not about just sitting and emptying your mind and doing nothing. It is a possibility. And there is so many, just like different sports, right? If you ask me like, hey, or do you do a sport? I'm not going to say, yeah, I sport. No, I do soccer. I do this, I do that. It's the same with meditation. Like, oh, what kind of meditation do you do? It's not just, oh, I do meditation. People don't understand there's like a spectrum of qualities and of abilities within meditation that you can apply to certain things. So having that hyper focus is a form of meditation. Hope that makes sense.
Love it. Yeah, Paul's take on it is like that's the fourth way. The Ouspensky thing is like that. There's a possibility to have a 24/7 meditative state. That's the Ouspensky possible evolution pathway. You don't have to go to the mountains, but it's a topic for another time and deep stuff. Liam, thank you. Liam has been coming to Uncom and has become one of the key players. He's made a big impact helping a lot of guys to get their online coaching going because he's going through that same journey himself. Came in working at Tesco at the supermarket, wanting to experience something else with his life, and now he can see, and he's worked hard to get to that new path in life. So thanks, Liam, and welcome. Look forward to hearing from you today.
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate it. I know I don't have a massive amount of time, so I'll get right into it. I'll share my screen. Got a presentation. Right, can you see that? Right, good. Yeah, so basically what I'm here for is like maybe a bit of an inspiration. Maybe I got a few tips as well, but like Justin's on next at 1, and it's hard to sometimes be like, I am where I am now. How do I get to like however much money he's made, like however big his business is? And like, I just want to show you how far you can get in 6 months. Like my life is pretty much completely changed from what I've done. So yeah, this was me in start of June 2023, not looking great. I just graduated from uni. I think this is actually a few months before that picture, but I couldn't find one from June. So, but you get the point. I just graduated from uni, moved back in with my parents, out of shape, and I was making $1,500 from Tesco. And like, I'm not really one to have anxiety, like never in my life really. But that this month was like anxiety fueled. I think anxiety comes from like not knowing where you're going in the future, not having like any aspiration, anything like that. So that was where I was at this moment. And like, I knew something had to change. I just broke up with my girlfriend as well. So that was another big kick up the ass, a bit of fire. So in July, I think it started July during ATG for Coaches, I was just talking to one of my mates about his knee problems. And he was like, have you seen ATG for Coaches? You could probably do that. And I was like, no, I haven't, but that would be insane. Because obviously, I don't know if anyone knows, but I split my kneecap in half when I was like 16, had surgery with 2 screws in it to fix it. And then after that, I had poor physio, COVID, loads of lockdown, muscle completely atrophied, and I had like all kinds of tendon problems, ligament problems. So, and ATG was the only thing that fixed it. And I was like, I've been there, so I can help other people do that. And then once I joined that, I started watching Keegan's YouTube, started getting into business podcasts, stuff like that. So I actually developed a bit of like a love for business as well, and I wanted to get into that side. So I joined Uncommon Success, and these 2 decisions where it was like I joined ATG for Coaches, and then Uncommon Success was really like the bit that literally like my life just changed from that moment. Just getting in these environments, getting around people, which goes on to my next points later. But now this is me, obviously looking a bit better shape than I was. Still not where I want to be, but it is what it is. I just literally yesterday handed in my notice to Tesco, which is pretty insane. Going from 1,500 to over double that from online income in, I think my first client was end of August. So literally like 3-4 months, which just goes to show you how small you think. Because I remember my first goal when I was in start of July in a year's time was just to make the same as what I was making from Tesco from online income. So it's like they're programmed your mind to think so small. It's like, oh, maybe I could make like this tiny amount of money, which I'm making from my job. Like, you just got to think bigger, got to think better. And yeah, like the freedom part of it from the title is that even though it's not a massive amount of money, like this does give me the freedom. Like I can now from my laptop go anywhere in the world and do my job, be where I want to be, and actually help people. Like this is the thing, like I wake up every day now and I'm like passion fueled, like I'm helping people go through what I went through. And yeah, it just makes you happy. So obviously there's loads and loads of stuff that happened, but these are the main 3 things I think are the most important that got me where I am so quickly. The first thing is the desire, creating the desire. So there's this question from Bob Proctor on a podcast. It's what do you want to want? And everyone thinks like, oh, what do I want for like, no one really asks that question, but it's like, what do you want to want is another level where it's like, he said, sit down in a room for 2 hours and just write down loads of things. What I'd done, I sat in front of a wall with a pen and pad, and I was like, what do I want? And I've got it up on my wall here, like 9 things I want out of my life. And he was like, now that you've decided that, you've got to actually make yourself get it, like make yourself desire it, make yourself want it. So a quote that's also in the same podcast was, if you tell yourself a lie often enough, you start to believe it, which is auto-suggestion. It's like, I have goal cards. I have it all across my wall here, all across my wall there, all my goals. I'm constantly thinking about it. I'm constantly creating this desire. I'm constantly, every single morning I wake up, read my goal cards, and I'm creating that life that I want. And that goes into the quote from Napoleon Hill, where it's like, whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. So you create that belief that you're going to have this life. Like, I think I literally have written down, I am going to have this amount of money at this point. And it's like, you start to believe that, and then it just happens. Like, so yeah. And then the balance bit is that it's bullshit. Like, work but life balance. People say, oh, even now, like my mum's like, oh, stop working so hard. Like, do something in the house. Like, go see your friends. Like, you used to play video games a lot. And so I was like, once you create the desire for something that you want and what you actually want out of life, you don't even want to do that stuff anymore. I don't want to play the video games. I got a lot of mates asking me like, oh, you're going to get GTA 6. And I'm like, you're spending your life making a business in a game to get money so you can buy cars and all that in a game. I'd rather just do it in real life. So like, business is the video game now. Making the money in real life is the video game. All that stuff. When you have the desire for something, obviously my desire is like this money and everything like that, and everything that comes with that. I think business is the best personal development tool, so I'm just using that as a way to get there. But whatever it is, just create the desire to what you want and then go after it. And something that's really, really helped me with this is also scheduling out my days. It's like 10x my productivity, really. So every night before I go to bed, I write down my exact day of what I'm going to do the next day. So like, I'll give you an example. Is yesterday, it was like wake up 8 to 9 morning routine, 9 to 10 check-ins with clients, 10 to 10:30 sales call, 10 to 10:30 sales call prep, 10:30 to 11 sales call, 11 to 1 script reels and edit reels, and then yeah, it just goes on and on and on. So I literally put in every part of my days what's going to get me to those next goals, and I have 5-day goals, 25-day goals, and long-term goals all written up here as well. So everything that I do daily, then it's like, what's going to get me to those goals that's up on the wall in 5 days? What actions do I have to do now during the day to get to those 5-day goals? So yeah, that's what I'm doing there. And then the last point that I'd say is the environment. So I done degree in psychology, and they have this debate where it's like nature versus nurture all the time. And they often, at the end of it, just say, oh, it's like 50-50 nature and nurture, or it's just a mix, when I actually don't think it is. Like, I think 90% is nurture and 10% is nature. Like, if I had a kid right now and he was with me for like a year, and then I sold him to like some family in China, and he was there for like 15 years, he's going to be completely different to what he would have been if he was with me. So I think like, he'll have my looks or whatever, but he'll be the result of the nurture of the environment. So something that's really important, I've heard like over and over and over again in this workshop, like from Seb, from Keegan, from Matt, it was like, get around people who have what you want. And if you're hearing that from people that have what you want, like, you got to start doing it. I personally done it through buying loads of stuff. So I bought Uncommon Success, I paid for online training education, and I paid to work with Luke Hart. And it's like, I'm not paying rent, so I thought I'd just use the money to invest in myself. So, but actually getting around these people who do have what I want and having these conversations just opens your mind. Like I said before, it's like, I thought in a year I'd be making 1,500. Now I'm like, let's make 10, let's make 20, let's see how much we can go, see how fast we can get it. And that only comes from seeing people who have done it, who have what you want, and yeah, opening your mind. And then this last quote, where it's, you are the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with. I actually think nowadays it should be 5 people who you're influenced by the most. Because right now at home, I don't really have anyone around me that is an inspiration. All my mates are like depressed in 9-to-5 jobs. Parents don't really have what I want. Like, the relationship maybe, but not habits, not the money, anything like that. So what I done was listen to podcasts, start listening to Keegan's YouTube, listen to Paul Cancel EMC, start listening to whoever. And whoever you're influenced by, using this phone, nowadays we have access to literally any person, and they will influence your mind. It's not just who you're around, it's who you're influenced by. So yeah, those are the tips, and that's my story. I don't know how long I've gone for, but if anyone's got any questions, feel free to share.
It's tough, Liam. Like, we all hear about these things, but you're doing it and you're making that change zero to a good life, and that's really, really powerful. If there are quick questions, there are thoughts, we're probably best to go in the chat. I want to give you, I was hoping you were going to take a full hour at this, Liam, because I do see that you're getting after it, and I want to give you that shot soon. You did a good job there, and I think there's other guys there seeing there's energy here, there's certainty. Yeah, there's good comments coming in the chat. So let's save a bit more of the depth for the next one. But well done diving into Bob. Like, that's the biggest investment I ever made, was $65,000 to go and spend a few days with Bob. And I figured he might not be around forever. And I don't regret it at all. It was and it wasn't even the things that I got out of that event specifically, but it's just that commitment to playing at a high level. The money will always be there. Money's everywhere. It's the experiences are gold. So I'm excited that you're also resonating with Bob, and we're all going to have different components, different things that we dive in deeper on. But well done, brother.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Garrett. Looking forward to this one, brother. Garrett came over to the Florida event that we ran recently, and he's been on a journey into entrepreneurship. He's been a really supportive member of the network. I think everyone knows him because he's always around, always positive, always sharing the word of the Lord, and he wants to make this life on earth and a better place, and he's doing good things towards it. And it's really fun to see the entrepreneurial side growing within him as well. And we all have unique journeys and paths, and yours is inspiring as much as anyone's, Garrett. So look forward to hearing this.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the words. Thank you, Keegan. Thanks for being here, guys. I encourage and invite you to give yourself a pat on the back or a hug just for taking the day to improve yourself, because that's, I think, the first step in being uncommon is making that decision. And I made that decision basically within the last year. Going to go over a little bit of it here, not much. This is more, as you can see, everyone, can I get some thumbs up or something from people who can see the screen just to make sure we're good? Thank you, Liam. See that, brother? Thank you, Keegan. Okay, gardening. Why? Little intro about me. Again, name's Garrett Duran, Uncommon Pro player, ambassador of Jesus Christ, and I'm now a gardening coach. That's my entrepreneurial effort. This is me eating a sunflower. Not really, but picture. So I'm going to give y'all 3 reasons why to garden. Food sovereignty is one, and I'm going to go over each of these. So if you don't have an idea of what it is, don't worry. Connection is another, and then return on investment. So food sovereignty is being in control of the methods by which you obtain your food. And this is a quote from, we'll go over it in a bit, who it's by. The greatest change we need to make is from consumption to production, even if on a small scale in our own gardens. If only 10% of us do this, there's enough for everyone. Hence the futility of revolutionaries who have no gardens, who depend on the very system they attack, and who produce words and bullets, not food and shelter. Again, by Bill Mollison. He's a co-founder of what's called permaculture. It's basically a combination of permanent and culture. So think of like, how can we live in a system that's actually sustainable versus just consume, and not be concerned about the inputs and the outputs. So where does our food come from? This is on the topic of food sovereignty. If you're a traditional consumer, you're getting your food from like a restaurant or a fast food place or some kind of big box store. And then if you think a little deeper into that, you start to recognize like, oh, I have no idea where that food's actually coming from or how it gets there or how it's maintained. And these are like pervasive questions when you get deeply into it. And so the idea of food sovereignty is like, I want to know where my food's coming from and I want to know how it's produced. So if I could, in the chat, if you're a carnivore, let me know what your favorite cut of meat is, because this is kind of a new thing to me. I'm mostly a ground beef guy, but I'm just curious. Would like to see what kind of meat we like to eat. Ribeye, perfect. Okay, thanks, brother. Appreciate that. How do I get back to the? So carnivores, what does the meat that we eat actually eat? That is my question. And you see here, the meat that we eat eats plants. So if you know how to grow plants, you know how to grow the food that your food eats. And I believe that's a pretty like prudent thought topic, because if you can't feed your food, how are you going to eat? So if you are able to produce the food that your food eats, you'll be in control of it. Okay, next we have connection. So yeah, I'm curious if anyone thought that they'd be learning about how to connect through gardening today. But here's a way we can connect. So I encourage you to breathe deeply. Where does that air come from? And the answer is photosynthesis, which is the process by which plants take light and carbon dioxide and they turn it into oxygen and sugar for their development. So literally when we breathe in, we're breathing the output of plants. And when we breathe out, we are giving them food so that they can sustain themselves. So we're connecting to the planet and to the creation through breathing. And then I'm going to share a quick story about some people, Rusty and Jennifer. So I started a community gardening group where I'm from, and I told them I was going to go to the city to propose why they should grow a community garden. And this 72-year-old man named Rusty offered to come to the meeting. And this is a text. I hope y'all can see it. But he literally asked if he should bring a shovel, hoe, and fork to the meeting. And to me, that was just hilarious. And then Jennifer is a lady who I'm cleaning out my mom's house, and she offered to come over and help me clean it. She offered to actually pay me for some of the stuff. And then my dog ran away. She actually hopped into the person's yard that my dog had picked a fight with and helped me save my dog's life. And like, that was amazing to me that this person I had just met would do that. And I would not have connected with them like that if I had not have started this gardening group. And so if you're someone who's seeking connection, gardening is a great way to intimately connect with a really diverse group of people. Rusty's a 72-year-old Caucasian man. Jennifer is like a middle-aged Filipino American. So it's fascinating. Even like kids, when I start to talk to them about gardening, typically they're really interested in it. They're really fascinated by it and they want to learn more. So it's an easy way to connect with people on a deeper level. Now we'll talk return on investment. I know Uncommon Success is really business oriented. Here's a quote. Still other seeds fell on fertile soil, and they sprouted, grew, and produced a crop that was 30, 60, even 100 times as much as had been planted. That's Jesus Christ. So this is a picture again of a sunflower. And if you see all these little outlines, those are all seeds. This plant came from one seed. So from that one seed, you have hundreds of seeds. And I know we like to talk about 10x. So if you want to multiply, growing plants is a fantastic way to do this. And composting is a process by which you turn food products, as you see in this picture, into dirt. And I kind of consider that the original compound interest, because you're taking your surplus and then you're turning it into more of what you can then add back into your production to make it more fruitful and more viable. And then the return from growing plants is the products also that you can make from them. So the list is huge. You can obviously make food crops or food products, but then you have medicines, you have beauty products, you have furnitures, you have ropes, you have textiles. Like, the idea of not making things out of plants is fairly new in human history. It's only within the past like 200-300 years that we haven't primarily made things from plants. We've moved more towards plastics. And even plastics can be made out of plants. And then this is a really cool one. There's an Organic Valley co-op in America. They actually fuel the majority of their machines with plant-based oils. So like they literally grow sunflowers, turn it into fuel, and then they're powering like their tractors and their trucks on their farms. So to summarize, 3 major reasons why you might want to consider gardening. Food sovereignty. If you control how your food's produced, you control your livelihood. connections. You can connect with the planet and connect with people, and then return on investment. Plants multiply and you can make just about anything from them. That is the presentation. Appreciate y'all.
Garrett, can you maybe share some ideas how we incorporate these ideas if we don't have any ground available?
Yeah, typically if you don't have like terrestrial means, so that terrestrial meaning soil or earth, there's things called hydroponics that you can do, which is just water, or there's aquaponics, which is incorporating fish and plants so that the waste product from the fish gets used to grow the plants. And you can also like have container gardens, or there's things called microgreens. Like you bring it in. If you don't have access to the earth, you can bring some of the earth into your home. And it's another good way to like filter the air in your home. As we mentioned, the plants produce air. So I would say either containering or small hydroponic setups would be a good start. And we're going to have our consult later, so I'm excited about that. We can get more in depth in it. There's definitely opportunities. I mean, it's just like if someone's training, like they're like, hey, I don't have access to a gym. What can I do? Well, you can do calisthenics. You can lift a rock. Like there's ways you can do it. And I definitely encourage you to reach out to me if you want, or reach out yourself on the internet. There's lots of resources.
Well done, Garrett. Great share. Please drop your Calendly as well, so you guys can book in if they want to go deeper on this. Super inspiring to have you in the network, and 100% producing food is key. This is a big next step for the villages. We definitely want a farmer full-time on the Montenegro site, and about who's coming along. It's on the radar. It's something we want to do a lot more of. So it's great to have you here. Appreciate your support. We had to go at an aquaponic thing a bunch of years ago. It's a story for another time. We're going to jump to Rich next in Thailand. He's made his name for himself in Bangkok with the quality training facility. He's always full of ideas and progressed into the next level. Look forward to hearing from you today. Rich, welcome. Mark's up next as well. We've got Franz, and we're jumping in Justin. Rich might have an issue there. Well, there's an issue on my side, one or the other. Are you there, Mark?
Oh, sorry there. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we got it now.
All right, awesome. Yeah, thanks for the intro, Keegan, and great to jump on board, everybody. Thanks so much for joining the call. The reason why I wanted to do this talk today is basically how to turn your passion project into your business. So the reason why I kind of like wanted to touch base on this topic is because having spoken to so many Uncom players over the last sort of 6 months when I've been on the program, this has been a majority of what most of us guys we're looking to do. We're looking to try and take that thing that we love and make it something that we do for a living. And many of you have maybe heard the saying of do something you love for a living and you never work a day in your whole life. I actually love that saying, and it's one of the massive reasons why I wanted to expand on this subject a little bit further. So starting your passion project or moving into it full time is a really, really tough thing to do. It takes a lot of bravery. There's a lot of uncertainty there. And even with all the right tactics, and for the first time, leaving your current position or starting a new project, I think just hearing from Liam just now, he just done his as well. You can have all the right tactics for doing it, but starting something new is really, really tough. There's so many things to overcome. Personally, having started multiple business myself internationally, as well as coaching other business owners to get themselves off with their businesses. Like I coached the Shell, a five-star hotel here in Bangkok, earning good money, like between 6 to 7K per month, US dollars, like living singly. He had a dream. He really wanted to start his own sustainable restaurant and food delivery business. We started working together 7 years ago, and his business got evaluated at 28 million but which is like close to $1 million. It's like 950K. Most recently for his food delivery business, and just got his Michelin star restaurant this year. And my wife as well, her photography business. She's always been in the corporate world, and she has amazing talent for photography, especially capturing children's and newborns photography. That's something that she really wanted to work in. So I worked towards doing full time. So we worked with her. I worked with her to help her get that off the mark as well. And honestly, the biggest challenges that facing most of people, and maybe even perhaps yourself, it's not necessarily just a tactical or strategical challenge. It's overcoming a fear. It's overcoming, or what we call like a false self-belief, and that's actually stopping you doing the thing that you want to do. When we think about fears, there are many different types of fears. You got fear of failing. That will just stop a person from even starting something. You've got fear of how you'll be received. Fear of not being enough, or fear of not being able to sustain a certain standard that perhaps you've created for yourself or you're measuring yourself against. Here's a crazy one. God forbid, maybe even some people have a fear of success. Maybe it might work, and then you might not be able to fulfill the commitment to that thing that you wanted to do. And we can spend our whole lives living in fear, which will kind of debilitate us from ever taking action. And one of the key reasons I wanted to share today is actually one of the reasons I was putting a lot of thought into this most recently. I think the reason why I've been able to kind of move overseas when I was 21 years old, start a new company and start multiple companies and work with different business owners is because back in 2001, I had a swimming pool accident where I dived into a swimming pool, broke my neck, shattered C1 and C2, T3 and T4 in my spine. And I was like millimeters from severing my spinal cord. And at the time I was working in London. I was going on a train, going into a job that I really hated. I was working in the corporate world. I really wanted to get out of there. I didn't really see a future in it for myself. And it became a turning point in my life. I was very young when it happened, and having to go through that and not really know how to deal with it or to overcome something like that was very stressful. But at the same time, it was the biggest catalyst that I could have ever had into going and starting my businesses. So things like significant events in your life can either make or break you. For example, an injury like myself, maybe a death of a loved one, financial hardship, or a divorce, are all really challenging events to overcome. But when these events are utilized in your favor, they can be extremely powerful. So my message to anyone that's thinking about starting their business or thinking about moving from the corporate world or a safe job into your own business is don't wait for that time. Don't wait for that perfect time to come, or that hardship time to come, because it will come at some point. And because it's only a matter of time before something like that does come. So how do you overcome fear? Well, the fear is the uncertainties that you don't feel safe. So you've got to build an incubator system to create more certainty and safety around what you want to do, finding ways that you can, if your fear is like scared of taking action. So you're scared of taking action, you can do tactical things like making alliances, joining the mastermind. Uncom is like the perfect place to launch business or project. You can network with others as well. But on the mental side, it's doing those things that we're all doing unconsciously. It's doing all the things that make us feel uncomfortable. Doing things like to build bravery and to build levels of self-confidence. So it's the cold showers every day. It's the breath work, it's the meditation, it's the workouts, it's getting on the other things that make us comfortable, getting onto sales calls, launching your first offer, making your first dollar, publishing your videos. When other people are watching Netflix shows or going out drinking, you're at home researching your passion, because that's what's going to make the difference in the end. So it's doing the connection course. So it's remembering that fear is only false evidence appearing real. And don't wait for the hard times, because those hard times will evidently come. There's no other better time to get started than right now. That's the end of my spiel for today, guys.
Hey, Rich, I just want to ask a quick question.
Anyone's got any
I was just
questions
wondering
or
how.
anyone's got anything that they're... Yeah, sure.
Hey, mate, yeah, I was just wondering how the accident that you experienced when you were younger, I was just wondering how that influences how you approach fear today.
Yeah,
If you can
yeah, it's a
expand on
great
that a little
question.
bit.
Yeah, 100%. I think that was like that turning point for me back then was extremely spiritual awakening at a very young age. So I think anytime that I personally am going into a situation that I feel is like risky or a little bit scary, I dive head first because it's kind of obviously with a little bit, and nowadays as I've matured, it's kind of like with a bit more kind of not just head first, but try and have I try and like find out as much information about that thing as possible. But I do explore it pretty quick because I feel like it's just every day that I've had since 2001 is a day that I wouldn't have got, if you know what I mean. I feel like I'm living every single day is like an advancement from that particular time. So yeah, I think it definitely, and that's something I don't always take into consideration for other people, which is why I feel so quite strongly about this particular subject. If you had something similar for yourself, Mark?
Yeah, mate, and I feel that I had an experience when I was younger, and I always like ask myself the question if I'm encountering something like overcoming fear, as you mentioned. I always weigh it up with like, do it like I haven't. This is like an extra day I have, as you just said. Every day since 2001 is like an extra day, and I love looking at things like that too because you've nothing to lose from that framework, and yeah, it's a catalyst, as you said.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. I'll connect with you and be good.
Yeah, I'd love to. Well done.
Hear more about your story. I'll drop my Calendly and yeah, top stuff, bud.
All right, Mark's up next. We had a little bit of a delay with the internet there, but we got through. It was good. Mark is our next presenter here. He's sharing a new player in Uncommon Success. He's in Ireland, making an experience for himself as an Irish man, having an experience in Canada, and wanting to explore deeper into self-authoring and setting up the life that you want. Look forward to this presentation. Mark, welcome and well done taking this on today.
Yeah, cheers, Keegan. Yeah, well done, everyone. I'm really enjoying this 40 minutes or so. But today I'm just going to speak a little bit about what a few guys have touched on, and that is the area of self-belief. And what I'm going to refer to it as is our self-belief system. So basically what our self-belief system is a combination of all the beliefs that we hold about ourselves, about other people, and about our environment. And I just want to talk about it because I feel it's very important for us to understand. Because your self-belief system is always going to align with what you perceive to be reality, and it doesn't necessarily have to be true what you're believing, but if you interpret it as true, you're always going to subscribe to that and act accordingly. And it's a fascinating realization, and it can work very constructively for us if we can understand it that way. So I'm going to try my best to explain in as little as time possible what that entails. So I'll just give a quick example. So if I'm driving my car, I have physical evidence that I can drive a car. So therefore, I'm going to believe that I'm capable of driving a car. It's impossible for me to hold the belief that I can't drive a car while I'm physically doing so. And I think that's just a way of explaining how the self-belief system works. If I didn't believe I could drive a car, I wouldn't be in the car in the first place. And the power of your self-belief system can also be demonstrated in hypnotic subjects. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about an experience that I had with hypnotism. So I witnessed a woman who she was hypnotized into believing that the number 7 didn't exist. And when she was asked to count to 10, she said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. And this was obviously very funny, but it was also intriguing because it demonstrated the the power of your self-belief system. And although it was completely ridiculous to consider how the number 7 didn't exist, she believed that, and therefore she acted and behaved as if it were true, even though it wasn't true. And where I'm going with this is that I feel, for me personally, and I feel for a lot of us, we, especially when we're young, we take on beliefs because we interpret them as the truth and not necessarily because they are the truth. And I used to believe that a lot of my friends, when I was around 16 years of age, didn't want to hang around with me because I chose not to drink alcohol. And although that's ridiculous as I grow up and reflect on it, it's something I believed to be the absolute truth when I was 16. And therefore I acted and behaved as if it was the truth. And I would obviously, because of this, I would see evidence in my environment that this was true. And if somebody made a comment, I'd say, "Oh, that's because he doesn't like me because I don't drink." And this was obviously very powerful to overcome. But it's awesome to think that you can make this system work for you rather than against you, as I did much of my life. So yeah, I'll share one more quick story before I head off and open the floor to any questions or suggestions. But when I was leaving high school a few years back, a friend of mine was asked to speak in front of our whole school, and she couldn't comprehend how she could stand on stage and speak in front of all these people without messing up. And I thought this was quite interesting because she was a singer. She sang in concerts before, she sang in front of our school before, but she just saw a massive difference between speaking in front of people and singing in front of people. So when I reminded her of the evidence that if you can sing in front of people, you can absolutely speak in front of them, and there's not that much difference really, and all the evidence suggests that you're going to do a really good job here. And when she was able to see that, she was able to shift her self-belief system to one of "I can," rather than from a place of "I can't" to a place of "I can." And that felt pretty good, and that's why I'm so interested in it. And if anyone ever wants to discuss this further, I'm always looking to talk about it. I know I'm only talking for a restricted couple of minutes today, but I could talk about it all day. I absolutely love the subject, and that's all I have to say about it right now. But if anyone has any comments, or even if anybody disagrees with anything I've just said, I'm more than open to feedback there. So thank you, everyone, and well done to everyone on presenting. Thanks, Keegan.
Well done jumping in, and yeah, it's a good segue into the sales, which we're about to go into with Justin. But who's got reflections there on this, the self-belief system, and it's something that we're all. Yeah, you go for it.
It's real interesting to me how Richard and Mark they connected, and then also what Paul was talking about yesterday with the like being fear-based or being pain motivated versus courageous. And they both have the mentality and the action mind frame, I guess, to like be motivated not by what you're scared of, but be motivated by what you want to go towards. So it's really cool to literally experience that the day after we just had a talk from a guy who was proposing this.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually couldn't make that lecture myself, but I know it's absolutely something that Paul buys into, because he chooses to see humans as people capable of great change. And I think that's the way we should all view ourselves, because that's the truth of it all. That's the best way of interpreting us. Like, if we're going to view ourselves as just people who are capable of making mistakes, we're choosing to look at ourselves very pessimistically in many ways. And although that is true, it's more beneficial and more constructive to look at ourselves as people capable of great change. And that's displayed in everything we do. If we're juggling, for example, on day 1, we're not going to juggle very well, but on day 25, we're going to be quite good at it. And if we can change that much within 25 days, why can't we change in other areas? Yeah, as you said, we're humans capable of great change, so we need to take advantage of that. That's how we're built.
So good, Mark, and I look forward to you developing your product around this and experiences and taken this further, because you see that you're very passionate about it. You got some nice examples there. I love the hypnotism example of, you know, losing a complete number. It shows how deeply we can be conditioned to find things that should be fairly straightforward and easy. We can be very strongly conditioned that they become difficult. And the biggest example Paul gives us with that is with money, that it shouldn't be so hard to have money. It's the easiest time ever to make money. It's easy to keep money. It's easy to grow money. We all know things that have helped to grow money, but yet it seems like it's almost impossible to 97% of the population. More than half the Americans don't have $500 that they can access in an emergency without taking a loan, you know, in the richest country in the world, in the easiest time ever to make money. So there's obviously something to this self-belief system and how we think about things and how we understand reality. Having these conversations with each other of, you know, this is what's changed for me. This is what I believe in. And going from not being able to juggle to being able to juggle, not being able to do sales to being able to do sales, not being able to speak in front of a group to speak in front of a group, not being able to speak Spanish to speak in Spanish. If we continually smash these barriers down, then good things will happen. That was really the experience of my 20s. Was I learned the other languages, I played guitar, I made friends all over the world. All the things that seemed difficult became normal. The handstands and the juggling were next ones in that. Whatever they are for you, if you keep smashing those things, a new life opens. Give yourself the proof. Drive the car. You're driving the car. You're juggling 4 balls. You're juggling 5 balls. Of course, your brain is neuroplastic. You're proving it to yourself over and over. So the sales one is a big one. Like it's the number one entrepreneurial skill. I was speaking to someone just recently who had an exit from a company. I think he left with about 8 million. And he was like, yeah, the one thing that a founder has to have is sales skills. If you're going to be an entrepreneur, if you're going to run a business, like it's a given that you have sales skills. And really that's simply the ability to communicate and not being scared of money. And the fact that most people don't want to take a job in sales and they don't want to sell their own product is one of these deeply conditioned things. It's an allergy to money. It's an allergy to success. It's the inability to live the life that you want because you've been programmed not to live a good life. And if we can face that truth, then we can do something about it. And it's a very simple skill development process that we can go through, but there's some discomfort in it, just like learning to do a handstand. And so Justin is going to help us with that. Justin has done more in fitness and gyms than just about anyone. He worked with us earlier in the year, this year, as a consultant and encouraged me to go to the next level with what we're doing with Uncommon Success. It was just before I went and spent that time with Nico in the Bali Time Chamber. It was around the time that we were working together. And a big part of the development of Uncommon Success this year, launching the pro game and such, was on the back of the conversations that I was having with Justin. And he was also working with us with our sales team, and we had someone else in the sales team as well. So he helped us out with that. There's a course from Justin within the courses area where he laid out over a series of weeks about fitness. It's a great opportunity today to learn and to be with someone who has worked very hard on the craft of business and isn't afraid of money and isn't afraid of taking the next step. Is a man of courage and skills. So, welcome, Justin. Looking forward to the next conversation.
Thank you, Keegan. Good to be here, everyone. It's an honor as always being here. Is everybody having a good time? Having a good weekend? All right, excellent. All right, guys. I can just kind of go straight into it. I can share my screen. I put together a bit of a presentation, and then I thought, depending on time, we can just go into some more open Q&A at the end. Then. Yeah, it'd be great to do. It'd be great to do some discussion as well. If you can turn your cameras on at the start, guys, it's always good to sort of show some faces and bring some energy there for Justin, who's got himself on the call for us today and prepared this for us. All right, I'll just share over. It'd also be good to see if you want to share something around your current status or challenge around sales, that'd be good, and then we can dive into some questions later on. But yeah, thanks, Justin. Over to you. No worries. Yeah, guys, if you have any questions, just drop them in as we go along, and we'll get through them. If you have any questions, do ring. I'm likely probably going to answer some of it as we go on. but we'll definitely go back and tie up any loose ends. So I know there's a lot of variation in this group. There's a lot of different people. So I wanted to create something that would be relevant to at least the vast majority of you, or wherever you are, you can take something from this. So this is what I call the Expert Business Manifesto. For a long time, I've been teaching people in the expert space. I'm a big proponent of helping experts, coaches, consultants, people that have life-transforming knowledge to share, whether that's in health, wealth, or relationships, to take it to the next level, because I really think this is, it's the future of businesses, but it's also the future of transcending the next level of humanity. I see the work that people like you and I are doing here is really what's going to move the earth into the next level and make life better for everyone. So I'm very passionate about sharing this expertise and enabling you to take it to the next level. So where the majority of my work comes from is helping those that are already making around about 6 figures or so with their expertise. Don't get too hung up on that number. If you're making 9K a month, it's not a problem. What I mean is, though, that you've basically got to a level where you know who you serve, you know what you want, you know kind of the results you want to create, and you know the kind of impact you want to make in the world. And you're very clear, and you've got some momentum going. You've already got clients coming in, you're already getting results for them, and you're starting to realize that this can go from being like a part-time thing to actually becoming a real scalable business that goes beyond you. How many of you guys are in that position right now? Or how many resonate with what I'm saying there? Drop, I guess you can drop like a thumbs up or something so I can see, or put in the chat and Keegan can read out for me. But just want to make sure like this is resonating with you as you go along. So if you are at that 6-figure level, or you're getting very close, you've got some momentum going with whatever it is you do, these are some of the lessons that I've had to learn the hard way of growing it to the next level and scaling past $1 million a year with your expertise. So a little bit about me. First of all, guys, I'm just going to move this Zoom thing out of the way. This Zoom bar is in the way. Okay. One more. So a little bit about me, guys. I won't spend too much time on this, but I'm a mentor, speaker, teacher, helping coaches, consultants scale to 7 figures and beyond. Built multiple 6- and 7-figure coaching businesses myself in fitness, in consulting, in marketing services, in live events. Currently, I'm the director of a fitness franchise in the UK. We do between 3 to 5 million a year and scaling up quickly. I'm born in the UK, but I live out in the Mediterranean island of Cyprus because many years ago, I realized that building a business around my lifestyle is what I wanted to do, rather than build my life somewhere I didn't want to be and then have a great business, but then feel trapped and not able to live the life I wanted to live. I'm guessing much like most of you guys. So this presentation is 100% for you if you're a coach, a consultant, an expert in your field. You're making 6 figures, but maybe you're feeling a bit burned out, overworked, or unclear on how to go to the next level and how to sustain it. You want to create more freedom for yourself, wealth for your family, and make a bigger difference in more people's lives. And what you're about to discover, we're going to talk about today, is why doing what got you to that 6-figure level will not get you to 7 figures. A shocking truth bomb that was thrown at me by a multi-millionaire investor friend of mine years ago, which transformed my whole approach in one conversation. We're going to talk about the time for money trap and how to get out of that. 2 very powerful business books to keep with you at all times. We're going to talk about what 7-figure coaching businesses actually do to grow versus what they tell you they do, and why those things are very different. And 5-step system to growing a real coaching business. All right, would that be okay, guys? Does this sound good to any of you? All right, fantastic. We're in the right room. Good. So this for me was a time where I had to unlearn everything I'd been taught at this point. I'd started making momentum, started getting sales, learn the basics of marketing, learn some high ticket selling, you basically learn that you learn the basics of marketing, sales, and fulfillment to a degree. And we want to hope that those skills will take us all the way. As Keegan was just talking about, we learn these skills, which are very difficult in the beginning, but we learn them. The problem then is we get to a certain level and we want to hope that there's no more skills to learn. And the reality is a lot different. So first of all, I want you to realize if you've got to this level already, you've done incredibly well. You should stop and reflect, look at what you've accomplished. You know, if you started from nothing, just an expertise and a desire to help people with it, you've put content out there probably, you've put yourself out there, been willing to be criticized and judged. You learned the basic skills of marketing and sales, like I said, and you persisted. And you're already, if you earn six figures, you're already in the top something like 8% of earners in the world. I think it's top 8% earn more than six figures a year. So you're in that top 10% already. Okay. So now what? Your business starts getting momentum of its own. More people start coming to you. You get a lot more opportunities coming at you. You're not sure what to say yes to, what to say no to. And you don't want to get complacent. So you've got to realize at this point, doing what got you here is not going to get you there. In fact, if you keep doing what got you to this level, it's going to really jeopardize your future growth. It could even kill it. One thing in business I always say is that if you hold on to a strength long enough, it will become your weakness. And this goes for anything. Anything that is you develop as a strength, it only works to get you past a certain hurdle, and then you have to bring up a different weakness to get to the next level. If your strength in fitness training is your shoulder strength, your shoulders are really strong, and you just keep focusing on only training shoulders, what's going to happen eventually? Right? Some of you biomechanics guys probably have a better answer than I do, but it's probably something not very good to do with your lats or your pecs, I'm guessing. Right? You're going to get out of balance because you focus on a strength too long. It inevitably becomes a weakness. So most entrepreneurs get to this level, they get to six figures, and they keep trying to just do more of the same thing. But the same habits that got you there are not going to do that. You have to reset and start over. And nobody wants to do that because I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to have to change things. I got attached to the way things were. I got attached to the things I had done. And I got stuck at this level for a long time. And that's why the stats show 97% of entrepreneurs that get to a six-figure income do not get to seven figures. Almost all the people that get to six will not get to seven, even though you're actually just a few tweaks away. So there's new strategies to learn, new skills to get, new mindsets to adopt, new challenges for you coming that you can't even imagine right now. So we're going to pull the curtain back on this today and go through some of those more behind the scenes secrets of $1 million coaching or expert business. Okay. And go through the five secrets I found. So here's why hustling is not going to help you anymore. A lot of people will tell you if you just work harder, if you just hustle more, if you just grind, then you'll create a huge $1 million business. But the reality is a lot different. In fact, the harder you keep trying to work beyond six figures, the more you're going to grind your business into the ground. Hard work and hustle gets you a very nice 10 to 20K a month lifestyle business, but it will not build you what's called a performance business that goes over $1 million and brings on other team members as well. So a lot of guys I know, they start making 20, 30, maybe they can go up to about 50,000 a month. And after that point is when their personal relationships start getting strained. They don't have a social life anymore. They don't manage to get to the gym. And basically, it's costing them other areas of life. Anybody feel like in that position right now? So you're getting getting some financial success more than you've had before, but it's just costing you in other areas. And this is why working harder and longer is the impossible way to get to seven figures, because let's look at the math. A 6-figure company earns 100,000 minimum in revenue. A 7-figure company generates 1 million in revenue, which is 10 times more. So if your level of success was dependent only on number of hours you work, then you'd have to work exactly 10 times more hours, right, to achieve 7 figures. So if you're working 4 to 10 hours a day already at 6 figures, you'd have to work then 40 hours a day. But, oh, hang on a minute, there aren't 40 hours in a day. So working longer mathematically is not going to cut it, basically. Plus, then you're sacrificing all the important things. So, you couldn't work 10 times harder, even if you wanted to. Your adrenal glands wouldn't really allow that either. So the common sense approach of just, I'll work harder and burn the candle at both ends, just mathematically does not work. And building a company that makes over 7 figures is a very uncommon thing, right? So why would we listen to common sense and common advice? So if working harder and smarter is not the solution, what is? Okay, so in a study by SCORE, the company called SCORE, their study showed that 70% of business failures were because the owner did not recognize their weaknesses. They had no idea about the weaknesses and therefore didn't get help. So what weaknesses could you not be identifying or recognizing right now? Or where are you pretending there's not a problem? What gaps in your business do you know are there, but you keep unwilling to face? For some people, it's going to be, not running advertising. For some people, it's going to be not fixing their finances. For some people, it's going to be sales skills. For some, it might be leadership skills. What are the questions running through your mind that you're too scared to ask publicly? So I'll start. I'll happily share. I kept asking myself at this level, how is my business going to 2x, 5x, 10x without me doing more work? How can I keep a consistent flow of leads coming in and stop these inconsistent months where I'd do 10K one month, I would hustle harder the next month and do 15K. Then I'd back off and get comfortable and have a holiday and go back to 10K. And it was just really inconsistent. And I couldn't imagine, how am I going to 10x this? When will I get real time off to enjoy my success now that it all depends on me? Right? And that led to more questions then, like, how am I going to bring new coaches on board? What if I bring people on who hurt the business in some way? What if they let the clients down or hurt my reputation? How do I stop them stealing my clients, right? Can I afford to pay those coaches? Should I employ them? Should they be contractors? How do I manage my finances? What should my tax setup be? On and on and on. How many of you guys are dealing with some of those questions right now, or thought about some of those things? So can you see that hustling is not going to fix any of those problems? Hustling more does not solve my tax problem. Hustling more does not help me find someone to hire for my team and have a proper infrastructure in place. Hustling is good for you and you alone, but it's not what a leader has to do. So the next thing I learned, this is what really moved things forward for me. I was looking for answers to this, and as it usually happens when you put out there in the universe that you're looking for answers and you're clear on the problem you want to solve, that is when usually you'll end up meeting or coming across people that will have the answers for you, if you're willing and open and on the right frequency to actually hear them and listen to it, okay, and put your ego to the outside. So I stopped listening to all the marketing gurus at this point. This is when I stopped listening to people that helped me get to this point. It was really good. People that taught me about marketing, about sales skills, all that stuff was great. But I knew at this point I needed a different perspective, because more marketing and more sales is not going to really cut it. And this is when I sat down for coffee with a friend of mine who was a multi-millionaire investor. Like, this guy hasn't kind of like worked properly a day in his life for about 10 years, okay? He had equity shares, portfolio and equity shares in about 40 different companies and all different types of investments. And we sat at a coffee shop here in Cyprus, and I asked him, how can you run so many companies and make all this money without burning out? Doesn't it take hours and hours to run 40 different companies? And his answer wasn't what I expected. He said, who do you believe earns the most money? This is what he asked me. People that work the most number of hours or the people that work the least? That's what he asked me. And I replied without thinking, well, people that work the most hours, right? And he just said, well, is that really true? And then came the truth bombs. Because he said, Justin, wealth is created as a measure of the value you provide to society at large. The more people that benefit from your contribution, the more wealth will come back to you. It's a value for value trade, not time for money, but value for value. He said this is very simple. He said this is not a spiritual concept. It's not a spiritual happy-go-lucky thing. It's an economical one. So he said, the people that work the most hours, who are busting their asses, slave workers in some parts of the world, people working in sweatshops, they work for pennies. So those who contribute the most manual labor, the most hustling, grinding you can get, actually get paid the least in the world. The facts show it. But on the other hand, if you look at some of the wealthiest people in the world, not just big entrepreneurs, but the most wealthy people, like investors, royalty, celebrities, they often contribute the least manual labor and get paid the most. Now, that doesn't mean they're undeserving, because that's what people tend to think. Because if you still buy in, if your identity is still trapped in that money and wealth must be tied in with number of hours you work, you would automatically think that we're putting these people down. Saying, well, they don't work, they don't deserve all that wealth. But that's not what we're saying here. They are actually providing value on a different level, on a bigger level. And he said, let's look at this coffee shop, for example. So the amount of hours you work is not a reflection of the value produced in those hours. And he said, let's look at the barista, okay? The employee behind the counter. She's working the most manual labor in this coffee shop, probably for $10 an hour, okay? So again, the amount of hours worked is not a reflection of the value produced in those hours. Then we take a step up and say, well, okay, let's look at the coffee shop owner. This is an entrepreneur that started this coffee shop. Now, she doesn't work as many manual labor hours as the employee, yet the owner probably gets a lot more money in her bank account because she's provided more value to the community. She's taken the risk to set up and put capital down and build a place where people can meet and have coffee and use the coffee shop for their various reasons, social reasons, studying, for working. So she's offering more value. If we go even further up the chain, the coffee shop and all the surrounding shops here are all built on a plot of land. Who owns the development? That would be an investor. An investor put a much bigger amount of risk and money into building this land so that these shops could actually exist. So look at the value that investors' contribution has made. Local people get more shops, the local area grows its economy, property owners have their assets appreciated, and yet that investor probably put the least amount of manual labor hours in. In fact, he didn't do any. He didn't build the land. He didn't open the coffee shop. He didn't pave the bricks. He just made the opportunity for others to build on top of it and then distributed more value to more people. So this is what started making sense in my head all of a sudden. And I realized that we are so quick to judge the people that do the least and earn the most that we fail to recognize how value trading actually works. But my multi-million investor friend wasn't done with me yet. I think he could sense that I had another lesson to learn. So he said then, right, now, Justin, so from what I see of your actions, you're trying to work harder to get to the next level of wealth in your business. So he said, tell me, do you feel more entitled to more money because you work harder or longer than your perceived competitors? That's what he asked me. Do you feel entitled to more money because you work harder and longer? And I knew I gave the wrong answer as soon as I opened my mouth, and I blurted out, well, of course I deserve more. If I outwork everyone and do more, then the money should come to me. And that's when his reply then knocked my ego back into place. He said, well, you then have the mindset of an employee. You feel entitled based on the amount of hours you do, not the quality of it. Value is not produced based on quantity of hours you work, but on the quality of the hours. And then he further gave my ego a lashing by explaining that my employee mindset is going to lead to more problems for me, because if you think like a common employee does, you're going to act like one as well, based on the level of entitlement that you feel. And that means you're going to struggle to maintain the income that you're getting right now. And this is why so many entrepreneurs get to that six-figure income mark only to throw it all away. Their business changed, but they did not. So that's why I want you guys to think about, first of all, your business has grown to a six-figure level, but have you grown with it? Because I always say that a business can only grow to the size of the consciousness of its owner. It can only be as big as your awareness of who you are. So, I started thinking maybe this investor was like a spiritual guru, but it all made sense in practical terms as well. And so what I gained from the conversation, and then later I learned more from Robert Kiyosaki as well, is that there are 4 levels of identity when it comes to wealth creation. And these have been vital for me to know in growing a business, because I've been through all of these levels. Now, Robert Kiyosaki, anybody know Robert Kiyosaki and the cash flow quadrant? Anyone familiar with that? So this is very similar to that. However, the difference is Rob Kiyosaki explains the quadrant in terms of, how can I put it? Like, he explains it more in terms of roles. Like, if you're an employee, you do this, you make money like this. If you're self-employed, you make money like this. But what I looked at deeper was more the mindset or the identity, because I realized you can technically be an entrepreneur on paper, but have an employee mindset. Does that make sense? So I wanted to look at what is the mindset you have, and does your mindset actually align with the role you actually should be doing? That's where the problems are. There's no harm being an employee. There's no shame being an employee. But if you have the mindset of an entrepreneur, you're going to feel like you're missing out on life, and you're not going to enjoy working any job. And vice versa. If you're an entrepreneur, but you think like an employee, then business is going to be very fucking hard for you. So each of these identities, I researched these identities, and I looked at when I had gone through every level. I went from working as an employee in a gym to being a freelancer at a gym, to then owning my own gyms, and then investing in gyms and businesses. So I've been through all the different levels, and I looked at what was my sticking point mentally, not physically, but mentally. What was my sticking point at each level? So I look back and realized that when I was the employee, I was driven by fear, right? Simply fear. The typical employee will sacrifice his freedom and creativity in return for benefits and security. What does every employee want? Security, job security, meaning they feel insecure. So at one point, you were likely an employee performing technical work that you do. You were coaching fitness or whatever it might be in your field. And you only wanted to become self-employed because you probably weren't appreciated. You weren't paid what you felt you were owed, or your creativity wasn't allowed to flow in that job. And then the final straw is when you see some kind of self-employed coach or trainer or consultant who does what you do, but they're working for themselves and making much more money and living what looks like a better lifestyle. And then you get a conflict. The conflict gets too much to bear, and you quit your job and you start to work for yourself. Has anybody else gone through that kind of process to get where they are? That was me. Right? Now, at this point, remember, the wording is important. You didn't have an intention of owning a business or being the next Elon Musk. You wanted to work for yourself, which is not the same as you wanted to own a business. I never wanted to own a business. I wanted to work for myself. So that brings us to the self-employed or freelancer mindset, which is driven by ego, where every decision of your business is limited by the amount of self-worth you have. It's literally driven by your self-concept. So for example, examples of ego in your decisions as a self-employed coach, this is where most six-figure coaches generally are, by the way. This is the sticking point for most people. You think things like, you know, I deserve to get what I'm worth. I can charge more than that coach. Or I'm not as good as that guy, so I have to charge less. I'm not as good as that fitness influencer guy, so I should drop my prices. Right? Or I'm the only one who can coach clients like this. No one can do it as good as me. These are all ego self-perception statements which are limiting to your growth and expansion. Even the goals of a solopreneur are drastically small because of their ego. So think about your financial goal right now for this year, right? Think of a number of a financial goal you had for yourself for 2023. Once you have that number, then ask, was that number based on what you actually want? Or was it a goal based on what limited by how much you think you could make, based on how much you think you could charge, based on how many prospects you think you could attract? What was your income goal this year really? Was it the floor of your biggest desires, or was it the ceiling of your self-limitations? Was it what you actually wanted, or was it what you thought you could get? So the ego of the solopreneur identifies itself as, you know, I am the value. This company is me. Okay, and the solopreneur believes that they are the value because, of course, the world revolves around your ego, right? It identifies, it wraps itself around something. A lot of people, particularly in fitness and health, I've noticed, they wrap their identity around their expertise, and that's a big danger. So the ones who become very proficient, like someone who's super good at hormones or someone who really knows biomechanics. This happens a lot in the strength and conditioning industry. I came from strength and conditioning, and there's so many guys there who are so intelligent, but they're flat out broke, or they don't make half as much money as they should because they wrap their identity around it so much, and they despise people that make money for doing like general fitness. And they spend more time criticizing those people than they do learning why those guys are making so much more money than they are. I used to do this. I used to hate, you know, these things like Herbalife or quick fix potions or like Jillian Michaels, all these like mainstream celebrities. And I would be, you know, rattling off my Facebook posts about why they suck and why you shouldn't listen to them, until I one day realized, well, they're making millions of dollars and I'm not. So maybe there's something they know that I don't, and I should shut the fuck up and have a look and not look into their criticism so much, but look at what's working for them, whether I like it or not. And that was a big blow to the ego of the solopreneur as well. So after that, you know, the next level up where you need to get to is having an entrepreneur mindset. The third identity is the entrepreneur, which is driven by vision. Okay, so if you don't move to this level, if you stay at the solopreneur level, self-employed, eventually one of two things is going to happen. Either you're going to kill your business, or through the work at the long hours and grinding, the business will kill you. One of those two things will happen. So you stop identifying as a solopreneur when kind of this point where most of you guys probably are right now. You've validated your model. You started helping a lot of people get results almost systematically. You know your formula, and your confidence starts to tell you that you could do bigger things in the world right now. But you finally realize you can't do it alone and you need more leverage. And that's when you start learning what it takes to be an entrepreneur. Does that sound familiar to anybody? Which brings us to where we are today. The entrepreneur is driven by a vision of how they can make an impact in the lives of many. All you're going to do is look at someone like Keegan and see like the vision, the vision he has, right? This is what literally powers everything in this community. Okay, Keegan couldn't do all of this if all he thought about was, I want to make 20K a month because my shit is good, right? That's not gonna cut it to build Uncom Villages and fulfill this vision. This is way bigger. Okay. So this is when your confidence kicks in and you know that not you, but your system for producing results can be replicated and transform lives everywhere. The struggle now, though, is that you know the potential, but you're unsure of how to make it happen without burning out. Or you can't literally calculate the 10x jump and how it's gonna go there. So this is an entrepreneur who is driven, passionate, on a mission to change things. But however, this creative abandon can also lead to problems like self-sacrificing, reckless spending, trusting people too quickly. In fact, the entrepreneur's strength can also become their biggest weakness. So if you ever see Shark Tank or Dragon's Den in the UK, anybody watch Shark Tank before where they do the pitches? You'll see the what I call the immature entrepreneur on this show all the time. These are the guys that go on there and say, I've got this mega big idea to change the world. And the dragons ask about the numbers and projections. And the entrepreneur says the worst possible thing. They go, I don't really care about the money. That's your typical entrepreneur. They think they've got the next Facebook or the next Uber or the next Netflix, and they don't care about the money. Right? And you'll find out why that's a problem in just a minute. But they need to, leverage how they communicate, or they need to outsource the work to more people. So an entrepreneur is generally, a smart entrepreneur is actually more dumb in the sense that they don't try and be a specialist in many things. In fact, a good entrepreneur is really someone who just focuses on being surrounded by specialists who can get all those things done for them. Right? At this point, being a specialist in one thing really helps you as a solopreneur. But as an entrepreneur, it won't. The best entrepreneurs, whether it's Elon Musk or whoever, when Elon Musk wanted to, he wanted to build the rockets and do whatever in space. He just simply went to NASA and said, who's your best rocket scientist, and offered to pay them 40% more to go and work for him. Right? So it's just surrounding yourself with smart people. In fact, it was Henry Ford. I think it was Henry Ford, the old entrepreneur who was famous for saying, when someone called him out that he didn't know answers to basic questions about how many yards were in a mile or some generic knowledge, he said that I don't know the answer to most questions, but I have on the end of my phone line access to all the experts who can tell me the answers to all those things and many more. And one thing I learned from another friend of mine, called Mark Anastasi. He's author of the New York Times best-selling book, The Laptop Millionaire. He was making millions on the internet in 1999, selling ebooks for $97. Remember those days? And he taught me one day that here's the equation that's made him millions. Wealth equals value times leverage. So if you want to be more wealthy, you need to, it's the amount of value that your thing delivers times by the amount of leverage you can get that value out there. So the more you can leverage your value, the more wealth you create. And this is the purpose of an entrepreneur. So at this point, you start seeing exponential growth, you start getting more customers. And at this point then, before you make six figures, you never thought about overheads or finances or infrastructure because you're so busy just doing marketing, sales, and fulfillment. I always say that before six figures, you don't care about your overheads. After six figures, it'll become all you think about because you suddenly get all these different costs, the cost to hire people, the cost to hire specialists, the cost to do more marketing. All these things start to add up. And this is the next conflict that comes for the entrepreneur. the entrepreneur discovers that there must be a more analytical, data-driven side to the growth. And that's what leads to the final identity, which is the investor mindset, which is driven by data, no emotion, just data. The investor is guided by logic, numbers, and calculated risks. So an investor understands that a business is just an investment vehicle, like a piece of real estate, to provide them the lifestyle that they want to achieve. And basically, this brings us to the first of the 5 secrets we're going into, which I just covered, which is awareness. And that means being aware of the identity that you possess at this time on the 4 levels and where you need to go next. That's the first thing, is awareness of that. And you have to shed the identity and move to the next one up. So every successful entrepreneur beyond 7 figures has one of 2 situations going on. Number one, they are someone that has a healthy balance of entrepreneur and investor mindset. This is rare, but there's someone who has a just very balanced mindset. They have inspired ideas, but they carefully assess them before pulling the trigger. They keep their passion, but they also keep their finger on the pulse of the numbers and the structure of the company. The second scenario that I've seen in successful entrepreneurs is that the entrepreneur is an extreme visionary. They're very emotional, passionate. They love to work with people, and they more outsource the logical, analytical, rational investor mentality to another person or people in the company. This is what a truly passionate entrepreneur like Tony Robbins does, right? So Tony Robbins even says in his business mastery program that he hired a full-time team of pessimists, as he calls them, to help come to logical compromises on his ideas, right? And he's only joking. They're not really pessimists, but they're actually just the people that look after all the figures and the infrastructure. So Tony has an idea. He says, hey, let's feed all the people in Africa and stream it on YouTube. And his team of pessimists say, nice idea, Tony, that's going to bankrupt the company. But, here's how we can do a version of that within the budget and with the system that we have. And that's where you come to compromises like that. Okay, so having somebody on your team or in your team as your number 2 is really going to help your entrepreneur side stay balanced extremely well. Now, if you're someone who's more on the investor or integrator side, then you really want to get mentoring or be around entrepreneurial people and have that energy rub off on you. If you're a lot more of the visionary entrepreneur person, you either want to get a mentor who's very investor minded and can see the bigger picture and all the pieces, or you want to hire someone or work with someone who can be like an operations person for you. Yeah, but you want to get that balance, and that's the key thing. Every major business has this. So Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg was the visionary. Eduardo Sovereign was the integrator, the investor mindset person. With Google, it was the brothers. Okay, there's always one who's the visionary and always one. Apple had Steve Jobs was the visionary. Steve Wozniak was the investor or integrator. So some quick questions at this point to ask yourself, guys. Have you taken your business as far as it can go with just hustle and grind? Is it time to get a new mindset? Would that mindset lead to new thinking patterns or a new identity even, and make better quality decisions and actions? What would happen if you detached your identity from the company and you didn't say, I need to make $1 million, but you said my company needs to make $1 million? Suddenly, it's not so pressurizing on you so often. Okay, not I'm gonna take the I out of it. Okay. How could your business add more value to the world, even if your hours doing the technical work was reduced? I mean, look at this summit, right? Look, this is exactly what Keegan's doing right now. He's like, it's like, how can Keegan put a whole weekend of amazing technical experts in all these different fields without Keegan speaking for 2.5 days? He's doing it. And look how many people are pulled into this. This is pure entrepreneurship mastery 101. So I hope you guys are watching, like, not just what Keegan's doing, but looking at like how he's doing it and why he's doing it. And how can your company add value to its ecosystem? Okay, there are six key parties that your business as an investment vehicle needs to add value to. I won't go into that today because it's a bit of a different conversation, but the business needs to add value to its shareholders, which is just you, unless you have investors as well. Its partners, if you have business partners, has to add value to them, has to add value to your team members and give them a good way of life, has to add value to the clients, obviously, suppliers who depend on you, and also your wider community. So what I found is that six-figure businesses generally only give value to two of these parties. And that's the shareholder, which is you, and the clients. When your company starts delivering systematic value to 4 out of these parties, let's say suppliers. So you start paying more money to suppliers such as Facebook advertising or softwares that you pay for. When you start paying more money into other companies, your income goes up as a result. And then you start giving value to team members. That's generally where 7-figure companies lie. 8-figure companies, going to go a bit next level. 8-figure companies always give value to all 6 of these. So make a mental note of that. And then next time you see a 7 or 8-figure or 6-figure company, go through the checklist yourself and you'll see it. You'll see the science of it firsthand. Okay. 6 figures are adding value to 2 parties. 7-figure companies are adding value to about 4. 8-figure companies always add value to all 6. So in summary, the first lesson I learned that was changing my business was dependent on me changing myself. And your company is only going to grow to the size of the identity or the mindset that you allow for it. So if you're the self-employed worker right now, your company can't evolve past that. There's no full-time leader in the business. Okay. So the next level then, guys, is the next biggest lie in business, right? And that is that you can build a scalable business while sitting on a beach sipping cocktails. Who's heard that before? This is the lie that's peddled to us all the time. Now, it's true, you don't have to work as many hard grinding hours to build a company, but that doesn't mean the opposite, that you're going to do nothing. Right? This is the biggest lie being told to coaches and experts in this industry right now by charlatans who just want to make a quick buck and get you, buying this stuff. Okay. So I know I just spent a whole part talking about reducing the number of manual hours that you do, right? But, the real truth of it is that you can delegate tasks, but you never delegate ultimate responsibility. And the reason you delegate the manual tasks or the technical work is so that you can move to higher, different roles that are now required of you. So you're not out of the woods yet. At 6 figures, you've built an income stream, not a business. Okay. So the way to think about this is that the solopreneur's work is manual, physical hard work. The hard work of a solopreneur is physical. But the entrepreneur's hard work is mental, emotional work, or emotional resilience, you could say. So think of someone like Richard Branson. He has a portfolio of like 500 companies or something, right? Now, he does a lot of work for those businesses, but it's not the manual labor. He's not flying his Virgin planes. He's not driving Virgin trains. He's not making the Virgin Cola. He has different roles, okay, like being a brand ambassador, sharing the message, inspiring people that work for him. He's enrolling employees, partners, and investors and the media into his vision. And ultimately, he's responsible for paying 40,000 employees so that they can feed their families. So think about that. Sure, Richard is having time on the beach. He can go to the beach and do jet skis whenever he wants. But don't you think that even when he's there, somewhere in the back of his mind, he's got to think about the fact that 40,000 families are depending on him keeping a good brand name? When you have 40,000 people work for you and that many families depend, their food on the table comes from your companies, that's just the responsibility that most people in the world are just not willing to bear. So the hard work at this level is responsibility. So you've got to ask yourself, how much responsibility are you willing to handle? Your success is directly related to this. So think about what responsibilities have you not wanted to take on? What have you shirked away from? Oh, I know I should hire people, but I don't want to deal with that. Okay, you stay where you are then. I could look for investors and raise more capital for my idea, but I'm not sure about that. Okay, stay where you are then. I don't want to level up my sales skills so I can sell high ticket and leverage my skill more. Okay, then stay with what you've got. So it all comes down to how much responsibility you're willing to handle. And to scale to 7 figures, you've got to step into new roles that will challenge you. Keegan was talking about this just before I came on. Okay, stuff like team building and being a leader, public speaking, sharing your message, building up immunity to criticism, having a thick skin. Because if you're going to go mainstream, you're going to have all this retaliation coming at you. You can't avoid it. Taking responsibility for everything, even if it's not your fault. This is what you have to learn, that even if it's not your fault, it is your responsibility. It's not my fault that one of my employees gives someone a bad choice of exercise and they hurt their knee. But it is my responsibility because I hired the guy. And that's what you've got to take complete and 100% responsibility for everything in your business. Responsibility and fault are not the same word. Okay? Fault is who caused the problem. Responsibility is who's coming up with the solution. You've got to be able to handle loss. I think about 60% of millionaires have all experienced bankruptcy. So if you want to make $1 million fast, go bankrupt. Statistically, it's in your favor to do that. Because those guys have had so much loss or had their back against the wall and realized it wasn't the end, it wasn't the fear that they thought it was, because the fear holds us back from taking big risks until you realize that there's actually nothing really to lose, that you can't get back again. And then those guys come back with massive success. That's why most people in their books and autobiographies, they always built up to a certain level, then they lost it all, then they came back and did twice as much next time. Because they realized that hitting rock bottom is not that scary once you're there. You've also got to learn to set boundaries in personal relationships. Relationships that are the most strained, when people around you don't understand you anymore. They don't understand, why do you want to make $1 million? Why can't you be happy with 6 figures? Why do you want to be in the top 1% can't you be happy being in the top 8%? And being a men's forum here, I can categorically say that I just believe men are built to build and to achieve potential and to strive to be in the top 1%. Biologically, socially, everything we do is built around building and building. I couldn't imagine 1 year going by and me being in the same place physically, financially, spiritually, emotionally. That would have just been a complete waste of a year. And people outside these kind of rooms don't understand that. So you're not going to convince people of it. You just have to accept the fact that you're going to be an outcast and a weirdo. And I mean, look, we're here on a Sunday and we're delivering workshops and people are asking, like, why can't you be with your kids? Why don't you want to do this? Why don't you do this? And it's like, well, this is just what we do, right? This is what we want to do. We do uncommon things here because we want uncommon lifestyles. And you have to accept that this is going to be fucking hard, ultimately. To build a big business that you want to do is going to be a lifelong journey. It's like trying to craft the perfect physique. It's never perfect. Being a pro bodybuilder is fucking hard work. Being a pro athlete is fucking hard work. Being a pro anything is going to be extremely hard. what makes you think being one of the top 1% entrepreneurs in the world isn't going to be hard either? So the ultimate mental, emotional work for the entrepreneur at this level is keeping your vision clear and strong, because your partners, your suppliers, and your team members will let their doubts creep in at times. You're the only one crazy enough to think this big. And so you're a very, very rare breed of human. You must have realized that by now. So when you start saying things like, we're going to be a 7 or 8 figure company, or we're going to revolutionize how this is done in the world, or I'm going to have an army of people delivering my message or my method in the next 5 years, people are going to want to put you in the loony bin, right? It's okay for them to have doubts. We can't expect them to think like us. But you can never lose sight of the vision. You must believe it 1,000%, and you must never stop believing in it. Because if you can hold that vision and continually enroll and re-enroll the people to come into it and follow you, you are going to succeed and achieve all your wildest dreams. And that's the second secret, right? Because money is not going to inspire you to do all this. There comes a point when you make 6 figures where money doesn't get you out of bed anymore. None of us, Keegan's not doing this for the money. Metallica don't still make music for the money. Now, I'm not doing this for the money. I'm not being paid, right? This is not for money. This is just because we need something that pulls us. Sharing a message or making a difference has to be the thing that inspires you. So that's the second secret, is having the vision of what your business will do and become. And only you can do this. So your level of impact is based on the strength of holding your vision. Okay, so you have to choose this identity. You have to choose this role consciously. And you have to choose to stay in this realm whenever your ego comes back and tries to pull you back into being a self-employed freelancer. Okay, you have to step into new roles that require different energy from you. Not more work, but different energy. So again, some quick clarifying questions. What's the big vision that inspires you when money won't inspire you anymore? What impact are you going to make in the world? Who are the energy vampires that you need to get out of your environment? Who are the people that you love that might attack your vision, and how are you going to handle those relationships going forward? And who do you need in your inner circle that understands and appreciates your vision and can help you get there faster? Okay, you guys can scratch that one because you have that inner circle right here already, which is pretty cool. So really, to wrap it up, the reason self-employed coaches struggle to create a real business then is a combination of these things so far, but also a bit more. So when I made 6 figures, I remember I hated my life, and I was working all those hours and not really living up to my potential. Okay, we've only partially answered the question so far about building a real business. So I wasn't aware of the identity I was running on. I wasn't aware of the my ego deciding everything for me. I was being a specialist and backing away from a bigger vision because I didn't know how I'd actually fulfill it. That kept me stuck at low 6 figures for a long time. And even when you do get the last 2 steps in place, awareness and vision, what's the next pitfall that's going to help you? So this is when the next secret came to me. About 10 years ago, I had a very successful low 6-figure fitness studio. Okay, I was busy, full with clients, plenty of referrals coming in. I was well known in my area. I was making a steady 8K a month, 10K a month, cool sports car on the driveway. But I hated my life because I couldn't drive that sports car. Didn't have time for a relationship. Didn't have a social life. I was working 6 a.m. until 10 p.m. every day, juggling all the balls, doing everything myself. Okay. So my life pretty much looked like this. And so if you're a solopreneur, self-employed coach, does this look familiar? Does this feel like anybody else's life right now? You have to learn all of these different things. And, you know, at this point, like I just got a bit burned out and really had to change something. I was on the verge of burnout and had to do something very, very different. So I later learned then that all tasks are not created equal. I was spending my time doing, I read a book called The E-Myth, okay? And anybody else read that book, The E-Myth by Michael Gerber? It's one of the books you need to read. And this book taught me that there are 3 layers in a business. There are technical tasks, which is like the work you do to fulfill clients. So this is the marketing, the sales, and the fulfillment. But then there are managerial tasks, which organize and track the effectiveness of those technical tasks. And then there are entrepreneurial tasks. So you could put it, and this is from the book there. So you could say, for example, that the entrepreneur has a vision. The manager organizes the vision into roles and metrics, and the technical workers build the vision. And the book gives the example of like the pharaohs in the old ancient Egyptian times. Okay, so it starts with a pharaoh who has a vision that I'm going to build a pyramid that's going to make my legacy last forever, a vision. But he knew he couldn't do it alone. So he hires the officials, the government officials, the nobles to organize, bring their expertise on how to, which stones do we use? How are we going to build this? What's the timeline going to be? Because the pharaoh is not an architect. These new people are the managers. They create the plan along with the pharaoh and then hire the technical workers. Okay, and that's the soldiers or the people building it. So the pharaoh is aware that he's not an expert or a manager or an organizer or a technical worker. So you're stuck, or the pharaoh gets stuck unless he brings in people who have more experience than him. And this is a level you get to, and this is a big thing we're going through in one of my companies right now, where we're at like a 3 to 5 million a year mark, or about $4 to $5 million. And they say that going from 5 million to 10 million is the hardest stage in business. And I can see why now. It's because at this point, you need people in the business to do things that you simply cannot learn. Like when you've got like 30, 40 employees, you need a human resources manager. That's not something I can go and learn from a couple of books and do tomorrow. I need someone who's got 15 years experience running teams of 50 people. You can't learn that yourself. Things up to this point, you can just learn yourself, do some courses, read some books, figure it out. We need a financial controller because we have 28 fitness studios. There's no amount of learning I can do to be a financial expert enough to know what the heck is going on. I need a financial controller who's used to making 6 figures working in a big company, and you've got to pay people that demand 6-figure salaries and they have 20 years experience. You need people that are more experienced than you. You need to start being that entrepreneur who puts specialists all around him. Okay, and this is the one thing that's probably stopping a lot of you guys right now, or it will at some point. Okay, the problem is you're the smartest person in your business. That's your problem. Remember what I said earlier? When you rely on a strength for too long, it will become your weakness. So when you're a self-employed coach, being smart, being a specialist knowledge is the strength that gets you 50 clients. But you being the smartest one is going to be the weak point and stop you getting to the next level. You need to hire people in your team that you can learn from. If you're not learning from people in your team, and again, Keegan mentioned earlier, which I'm very, very grateful and honored. He said, when he brought me in from consulting, he learned a few things as well. That's why Keegan's growing, because, you want to bring people to work for you who you can learn from. When I pay for my top employees, I'm paying them as if it's a mentorship. I'm paying them money because I'm going to learn something from them. And this brings us to the third secret, which is the operations and finance. Okay, so think about which tasks you've been neglecting because you're too busy doing the technical stuff. I'm going to move for a bit faster just to wrap up for time. But this is the main thing, guys. If you've been doing all the technical stuff, maybe some managerial stuff, who's been doing the entrepreneurial stuff? Who's been selling the vision? Who's been the leader? This is what you have to step up and do right now, okay? So the next thing is why modeling success leads to failure, okay? A lot of people tell you that this is how you run a business. They say, know your objectives, know your strategy, deploy the tactics, okay? You probably heard that in some capacity before, okay? But this doesn't work. Most people just tell you what to do, and it doesn't work out very, and it's not wrong, but this model is just incomplete. Here's what I believe actually works, okay? Awareness first at the top of the pyramid. You have to have awareness of who you are and what you're doing. Then know your objectives. Then your operations, which we just talked about. But then resources. This is the next thing. Not understanding your resources. So your success is directly related to how well you identify and allocate your resources. This is a silent killer of businesses, okay? So there are 6 key resources that you have to know. These are like your soldiers. These are the things you deploy to build your business before you do any kind of strategy, okay? If you just go and copy someone else's model or do what somebody else does, you're going to fail badly, okay? And I'll talk about that in a second. But the 6 key resources you want to write down, these are the things that will build your company. Your time and energy, your cash flow, how much money you have, your audience, your team and their skills, your reputation, your authority, your credibility, or your brand, you could call it, and your network. These are the 6 things you have to evaluate and know before you deploy your growth strategy. So my strategies get me the best results in the fastest time with the least resistance because I base it on my resources. Other coaches fail because they don't do this. So you've probably seen Facebook posts or adverts, and they say something like, hey, you need to run a webinar because that's what we did, and we made tons of money. Well, I saw one last week. Someone said, a well-known guy that I know said, who's not a bad guy, he's a very successful coach, makes 8 figures in coaching business, and he says, put a post up to his audience saying, here's how I made $39,000 last week sending 3 emails. If you want to learn my email copywriting program. And I know the truth because I've consulted his business. The reason he made $39,000 last week on an email is because he has a list of 72,000 email subscribers. That's why. So the person following him who has 2,000 people on an email list is not going to make $30,000 no matter how many freaking emails they send. But this is where we miss the point. So the big guru who sends an email or says webinars work, it worked for them because of their resources. Maybe they had a huge ads budget because they made 7 figures already. They have a team of experts working for them. They have more authority than you do. They have a database of 30,000 people to promote to. Maybe they had some high-profile joint venture partners shouting out for them. That's why it worked for them. And so when you try it, it doesn't work. Okay? So the market rewards entrepreneurs who know the vision, understand their operational structure and the team, and then they base their strategy on their current resources. Not what works for somebody else, but they look at what's going to work for them. Okay? So kind of jumping over to team members right now. This is a big resource is team members, okay? And here are the 4 reasons why you probably can't find good staff, or if you're complaining you can't find good people, right? If you see team members as a cost, if you don't know what their operational role should be, if you aren't aware of their identity and how they think, are they an employee-minded person who just wants job security, or are they entrepreneurial and want to have more creativity to do their own thing? You have to know those 4 identities if you're going to hire people too. Or you pay too little or you pay too much. These are the main common reasons why people can't find good staff members, but you'll see that all these reasons are self-inflicted. It's not the market's problem, these are mindset issues around yourself from not having the previous steps in place. Or they delegate out of fear rather than confidence. So again, did you ever blindly copy someone else's strategy and didn't work for you? Did you put your prices? Did you charge, high ticket just because you were told to? right? And maybe that wasn't the best thing for your market, or low ticket. Who's in your network? What skills and strengths do you have? Are you naturally aligning to those? How do you build your brand or authority in your field? Where have you delegated out of fear rather than confidence? And do you look at staff as costs rather than investments? These are all questions to ask at this level of the business. Which brings us finally to growth, the growth strategy. So this is where you'll hit a bottleneck, because a lot of guys who make six figures have been used to a warm audience. You've built up an audience, usually purely organically, and that's great. It gets you to a certain level. However, at this point, you're going to go through all the people you have in your audience, and they're going to buy from you. But eventually then, those people, those buyers, need to be replenished with new people coming into your ecosystem, as we call it. Ecosystem is like all your lists and social media followers combined. So what'll happen is you build up a list of a few thousand followers, you start getting better at marketing, you start getting better at sales, you start posting more content, and more of those, let's call it 2,000 people, start buying from you. Now, in any market, okay, there is going to be about 3 to 5% of people that will buy from you straight away. And there'll be 97% people who will never buy in a market. So what happens is you grow an audience of about 2,000 people, you're putting out content, you start making offers, you build your authority over time, and eventually about 5% of those people, about 50 to 100 clients, buy from you. And then what happens is you keep putting out offers, and every offer you put out there gets less and less and less response. Anybody experienced that before? This happens because you're not growing your audience and not replenishing the old buyers. You're just relying on one warm market that you've built, but you can't keep, unless you start branching out and doing different products to capture a different segment of that market, but that just takes your attention away. So this is why your pipeline runs dry, because you've got all the buyers from that audience that you are going to have. And so very quickly, if you just look at this infographic of the 3 phases of readiness, only 3% of your market are in the action phase. 7% are contemplating working with you. 90% are not in that realm. So what happens is most coaches get stuck because they only focus on the 3%. Because people say to you, hey, only focus on the super qualified leads who are going to buy from you right now. And put an offer out there saying, hey, buy my stuff right now. And that works in the beginning until you burn through that audience. So what 7-figure and 8-figure coaches do is they also grow audiences and make content for the 97% who are in the awareness or the information gathering stages. Okay. So all these kind of people, right? These are the ones, if you look at Tony Robbins, Oprah, the Dr. Phil, even Alex Hormozi, I've recently added to this list. These guys know how to communicate with the 97%. Most coaches don't. And that's the problem, right? Most coaches don't know how to talk to these people. So these guys, think about it, these guys spread a bigger message to more people. They don't rely on organic marketing. They run ads. They go on different platforms. They get on bigger and bigger, more mainstream podcasts. And they start reaching a more mainstream audience. Okay. And so, yeah, the 8 and 9-figure coaches communicate with the whole 97%. So make sure you're growing your audience exponentially more than what you think you need. And what every one of these guys did is, if you look at the Tony Robbins, the Alex Hormozis, whoever it might be, they, number one, became aware that they wanted bigger things and had a big vision they wanted to unleash that entrepreneur within. They created that magnetic vision that people were attracted to be part of. They knew they needed an operation structure and to bring in people that were smarter in those fields than they were. They evaluated their resources and went all in. Tony's biggest resource was his voice, so he got on stage. Oprah's resource was her TV and experience and contacts. So she built her own network. Okay, Dr. Phil's biggest resource was his authority and credibility of being a doctor. And they went all in, and that's why he's called Dr. Phil, because these are things that took them to the mainstream. And then they all deployed a growth strategy by rapidly building their audience in multiple different ways, organic and paid, and endorsed using other people's audiences. And that's the 5 steps they followed if you look at it in retrospect. So basically, going to wrap up, guys, it's time for you to upgrade your identity from solopreneur to entrepreneur, because the world needs you. It needs your vision. It needs the skills and resources you're bringing to the world. But if you're struggling to get to that next level, it's an internal problem. And then you have to fix the external of the systems to get there. And that's pretty much it, guys. Sorry, I went a little bit over time, but that's pretty much the main things I wanted to cover. So I'll just open up to any questions, Q&A, anything else you guys want to go over. More than happy to answer.
That's really powerful, Justin. Well done. Thank you. So Jeff is a man with a lot of experience and success in business. He commented in there through the middle. This is a master presentation. Get the exact
Thank you.
master craftsmanship presentation, and that's clearly well done. This is goals, everyone. Like the quality of the content is there, but you can also see the quality of the presentation, the professionalism. We give the opportunity for other men to present at these events, the short presentations. Like this is also part of the learning here, is getting to the point where you want to do this. And Justin's taking time out of his Sunday to do this as well. And it's legitimately what he's talking about here. He's a man who loves business very deeply and is living that life. Questions? Yeah, it's one to watch a few times. I was thinking the same as I went through, Yanni. Like it's like looking forward to watching this one back. You know, it's one to watch every few months and reflect on. There's tons of stuff there for me. I felt like the presentation was really, exactly what I need to be thinking about at the moment. It's really the stage we're kind of going through with Uncommon Success, how to get to that next level. Many of the elements. So Richard, was that you going to speak there? I think.
Yeah, thanks, Keegan. Hi, Justin. That was awesome presentation. Really loved it. I actually did your sales course that like via the Uncom Vault a few months ago, and I want to say it actually got a lot of great sort of like, it was very eye-opening for me as well. Then applied a lot of some of the strategies that you mentioned in there. And definitely was very eye-opening today, like kind of like seeing the self-awareness that the button clicked for me. It kind of like the button clicked for me, which is realizing that I'm in that solopreneur space at the moment, where I kind of need to be more of the entrepreneur. But like you mentioned, it's kind of a bit of a, I've hired people before in my PT business in Bangkok before, but then COVID happened and it kind of all basically went down to like being a small business again. So but we're ramping back up again. And it's just kind of knowing which type of people to bring in. I think I was just struggling with which type of people to bring in first. Is it the training coaches and going on to the more of the sort of like building the business strategy, or is it bringing in the operations person to work alongside like a visionary? So I'm kind of like stuck a little bit there, but I wondered if you had any ideas about how you'd kind of like approach something like that, or approach that particular point.
Okay, great question. So are you talking about one gym or several?
Yeah, because currently we've got one gym. Yeah, one gym.
Okay, and how large is it?
We're 150 square meters.
Okay, so right, so for an operation that small, because the operation isn't that technical, then the simple process we go through is generally the first person you'll have hired is an admin, or bookkeeper, admin, someone to just lightly take a bit of operational structure from you. There's not a huge level of operational infrastructure you need that wouldn't be done by tech for a gym. So good tech systems in place to to automate communication with all your clients and keep your schedule on point, and add a good solid admin person or a PA will probably be sufficient in that investor capacity. You need to focus ultimately on selling. Sales will be the last thing you give up in that business. So admin stuff first, then you bring up a part-time coach on to start delegating some of the coaching hours to, and you start moving out of coaching and doing more selling until eventually you have 1 or 2 full-time coaches, and then you're fully on the selling. And at that point is when the gym should be getting to full capacity. At that point, then you would appoint one of your best coaches to become the main supervisor or / manager, a bit of a strong term, but more like a supervisor of the gym who has the main responsibility of the KPIs. And then that's when you would either sit back as more of an investor in the business, or you would go on to opening another location and repeating the process.
Okay, brilliant. So we've got two full-time staff, like trainers now, and yeah, personal system admin was something I was thinking about. So that's definitely something I'll look at moving into next.
Great. So yeah, get an admin person to help organize your brain, organize your life, so you can just do more selling.
And in particular,
I think it cut out a little bit there.
Your Bangkok internet's letting you down again, Richie. We've had this once before as well. It's a lot of good things happening in Bangkok, but there's a dark spot there. We're not getting you, brother. Yeah, but there's a good question, and yeah, Richie's been at this sort of point. He's looking at what is the next big move, getting the gym more automated, so that I think he's looking at getting more into the sort of work that you're doing, Justin. I think he really aspires towards more mentorship and entrepreneurial development of people that he's working with. He's working with executives there, and kind of the executive coaching type realm is something that he's been speaking about, and he's doing some of it as well. So I think getting the gym more automated is going to be a key for being able to take on the next project.
For sure. Yeah.
Jeff, did you have anything there?
Hey, morning, Keegan. That was just fantastic presentation. Like I need to go back and listen to it, because I think I have only got about the last 30 or 45 minutes of it. But thank you so much. I wanted to just ask you the question. Having been here before, trust is such a massive factor when you start doing that transition from solopreneur to entrepreneur. How do you, and maybe you covered it early and I just missed it, but is there any tips you can give us on going about to trust, like figuring out the trust bridge with the people you're going to do business with as you try to level yourself up? Because I've been there where I've been screwed, right? And probably many of us have. So I'm just curious how you tackle that. I try not to be in that once bitten, twice shy mode, but it almost seems like you have to sometimes embrace that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Trust and letting go is the biggest thing that stops most people jumping from that solopreneur to entrepreneur level, having to bring on other people. And I mean, as for trust, you have to again, I think going in with the expectation that at some point, again, you're going to be open to all manner of things going wrong. And I think what I've learned as well in business is that, like, you can trust people 1,000%, and even if you do trust people 1,000%, oftentimes it's the people that are completely great to work. You're great employees, the ones you love having around, and they're great, and they stop working with you for whatever reason. They leave the country or they do something different, and that's the blow that hurts the most. It's when you lose a great person is more to be concerned about than if you lose a kind of a sucky person. So you're going to lose good people as well. And, you know, I think when you realize like you're going to get hits from all over the place. So the first thing to look at is expectations that you're going to be let down, disappointed, even by good people. That's going to happen too at some point. You can't keep everyone with you forever. And secondly is that the trust issue, like you said, like you acknowledge, it's because you got burned before. You have to move past that. You cannot put that on your past experience on future people. The same way you wouldn't like it if you dated a woman who said like, you know, how can I trust you because my ex-boyfriend cheated on me? You're like, lady, that's not my problem. Like, why do I have to justify myself from somebody else's bad decisions and the fact that she chose that guy in the first place, right? So that's the second thing I would say is that it's kind of, yeah, you're not going to attract good people with that mentality. And they're going to pick up on that fact that you're kind of almost asking them to justify themselves for other people's failures. And people that have self-respect are not going to tolerate that. You know, one guy asked me yesterday about my gym business mentorship, and he was like, I've tried other people, and how do I know like this is going to be different and it'll work for me? And I was like, bro, I've got 28 gyms. I don't know what else to tell you. This is not about me proving myself. I have nothing to prove to you. My results are proven. You're the one who's struggling. I'm not going to sit here and justify myself to you. Take it or leave it. I don't care, right? That's what someone with self-respect in that regard is going to have. So you won't. So you're going to be aware of that mentality when you approach new potential candidates. And last, the third thing I'd say is it really comes with your experience and your skills. When I talk about leadership skills, one of the main leadership essentially means emotional intelligence. So if you study emotional intelligence and the 5 pillars of emotional intelligence, learning to read people, understand people, the psychology side of things, you are going to be a lot better at determining who's a good pick and who's not, who you can trust the most. The same way you can do it with evaluating friends, connections, women. It's the same thing with people you're going to work with. And you might have how you got burned might just be good experience for you to capitalize on that. And rather than say, like, how can I trust somebody else? Ask different questions and say, what did I not see in that person? What were the red flags I missed? Or also, what state of mind was I in? Did I delegate out of fear rather than confidence? That's when you get the wrong people, because you rush and you overlook the red flags and you paint a picture of who you paint the traits of what you hope they have on them, and those traits were never there. So it's all, again, it always comes down to you at the end of the day. And yeah, experience and skills and just learning from the experience, and you'll make a better decision next time. But you still won't always 100% be right. But your goal is not to be 100% right all the time. You don't think Richard Branson hasn't hired someone that stole from him? Right? It happens all the time. All you can do is mitigate as much as possible.
There's some good points. Yeah, thanks, Justin. Just give me something to think about.
Great.
Sorry, I was on mute there. See that you just love business so much, and so many men feel like business is almost like a dirty word, and how would I ever become a businessman? And my frame around it's changed so much that I forget what it was like before, or how I used to perceive, or how other people perceive business. Can you touch a little bit on that, like the kind of the personal journey and the spiritual journey of being a business owner and businessman? And that was a really deep part of your presentation of like, the person who provides the most value is the one who's going to be rewarded, which is very contra to the kind of woke agenda of, you know, eat the rich. It's the opposite message to that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, is it like what could you make that question a little more specific exactly? Like what is a big broad subject, but
yeah. I think it's a big thing for gym owners as well, like the love of business. I don't really like business. I just like training people.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I would say on that is what I learned about passion is that passion is a word that's nothing wrong with following your passion, but people misunderstand it. People, I can't remember who taught me this, but somebody once a long time ago said, people mistake passion for purpose. And its purpose is what you want. Because if someone asked me 20 years ago, what am I passionate about? I would have said listening to Metallica and rock songs is my passion. Right? And now my passion might be, enjoying time with friends, my family, and smoking a cigar and having some whiskey is a passion. Right? But you can't turn that into a business. I haven't found a way to turn that into a business yet. Right? Although I'm sure you could. Purpose is really the construct behind vision, of having a purpose that your passions will change, but your purpose won't. And I also realized that my passion, what I enjoyed doing, because a lot of debate around, do you do what you're passionate about or not? I believe that passion, you only have passion or excitement, enthusiasm. It's directly linked with growth. So I think you can only be truly passionate about something that you're growing with. So I was passionate about being a fitness coach until I'd done my well over 10,000 hours. At that point, I didn't know it all, but I had learned 95% of what I was going to learn to teach that, to help that audience. And there wasn't really significant growth in that for me anymore. And then I started to lose, it started to become a bit monotonous for me, doing the same deadlifts every day, giving the same nutrition advice every day, because I was not growing in that. But what my new passion then was for, my purpose overall was to, help a lot more, make money and help a lot more people with fitness. But my passion within the business then was to learn how to grow the infrastructure, all the 5 steps I talked about today. That was my passion, because I was learning and implementing all this new exciting stuff. And I realized at one point, I remember the actual day, I actually said to one of my clients at the end of the workout, who I would talk to quite intimately about different things. She was a bit of a mindset person. And I said, look, I think I've just lost the passion for coaching these people. I don't care that Sally had a bottle of wine on Friday. I just don't care anymore. I haven't got the patience for it. I'm thinking about solving bigger problems in the world now. And this client said to me, she's I totally get it, but remember, this is perfect because there are new instructors, there are young coaches coming in who are where you were 5 years ago. And so you don't have to be the one who has the passion for coaching people. You just now need to hire people that have passion for coaching people. And you need a passion for growing a business to help those employees and give more jobs and help them grow. And you can help them if it took years to become a good coach in fitness as I was. I could help my coaches get there in 5 years because they could learn from my mistakes and learn under my mentorship. And you get to be a mentor, not a boss. And that's where I found a lot more passion and purpose then in the business, because I realized I could be a mentor. And all our businesses now, we treat them like a personal development school. Or, we bring our employees in and they're given 90-day targets. We do one-on-one coaching with all of them. We want to personally and professionally develop them because you want them to be appreciating assets in your business. You don't want them getting dumber. So we want our people getting smarter, and then people say to me, well, what if I invest all this energy into them and they leave? And I always said, well, what if I don't and they stay? And that's the way to look at it, really. So yeah, for passion for helping people do what you did previously, I think that gives me personally a lot of enthusiasm in our business.
Love it. Excellent. Thanks so much. We'll make this recording available to the pro players, and there's also the course there from Justin that he put together that he presented earlier in the year this year, which, as Richard was saying, it's a really comprehensive system around understanding sales. And it is all of the conversation here. We're talking about fitness, but it really is. I mean, today was more about business in general, and the sales course is also very relevant to any kind of business. I know many of you have other interests as well, other types of businesses. Yeah, thanks so much for today, Justin. That was really powerful and a lot to think about.
All right. You're welcome, guys. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Very good stuff.
You're welcome, guys. I'll catch you all soon. Have a great day.
Thanks, Justin. Next up, we got Toby. He's going to be talking to us about public speaking. He's got a good plan for himself. He's planning to get down there to Mexico. He's currently serving in the US military, and he's been putting his efforts into improving the art of speaking, and he's been sharing that with others. I look forward to hearing from you today. Toby, welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to start the stopwatch. So as he introduced me, my name is Toby Dell. As you know, depending on the statistics, 75 to 90% of people are shit scared of public speaking. Depending on the statistic, they would rather die. However, because you're an uncommon man, you can see the uncommon value in public speaking. I want to begin by showing a little picture of this lady right here. And you might ask, who is she? Why should I care? I did not notice until I talked to her a little bit, and she made over $13,000, $13,000 for a 20-minute speech 2 weeks ago. I had the privilege to hear her speak, and there's a lot of money to be made there's not a lot of great public speakers out there, and there's a lot of people searching for great public speakers. It's not easy to get started, but once the ball gets rolling, there's a lot of money to be made in public speaking. And it gets started as high as she does, $13,000, or how she started $3,000. And her mentor, like Justin showed, is Tony Robbins recently, which is quite fascinating. A second thing I'm learning about public speaking, especially from this lady here, is that she went viral from a graduation speech she made in college. And that's another thing about public speaking, and another psychological tool is that when you step on stage like I have, you're seen often as an authority piece. And also, it's this chance to go viral too, studying some of the greatest TED Talks out there, like Sir Robinson's speech, Do Schools Kill Creativity? Or How Leaders Inspire Action by Simon Sinek. And it doesn't always has to be on a TED Talk stage. If you don't know, that's a stage where you have to be invited to speak. You can't pay $1 million or anything like that. You have to be invited. That's where all the greatest minds come from: military, science, art, politics, etc. It's just another great way to build authority, especially if you get invited more and more often. You'll always be seen like, hey, we're willing to pay you quite a lot of money for that. A third thing I've been learning about public speaking too, as I progress and learn more and more about it, is that we do have a psychological need to be heard. And I do believe public speaking is just another way to fulfill that need. For example, I believe in something, you believe in something. I have a story, you have a story. I have a lesson, you have a lesson, etc. And with public speaking, we're able to share that. Of course, if we choose to share that or not, that's a different question. But if you do, it's quite fulfilling. I did some public speaking one time for 30 people, and it's quite fulfilling to have someone come up to me and tell me that was an inspiring story, and they start asking me questions. And that's just like a very, very beautiful thing. And it's a very unique feedback too, because in the video, there's nothing wrong with video. I use video all the time. But to see the emotional reaction when you drop a joke or you drop a heartbreaking story and the audience just feel it with you, it's very powerful. And it's a great medium. And I'm still within time, so I can share some bonuses with you guys. Public speaking events are not just great for public speaking and making a lot of money, but also just a great networking event, potential for new friends, new business partners, new clients, etc. Recently, in my personal example, I attended the keynote speaker by this lady right here, and I was able to meet an older gentleman, and he invited me to a private men's club. I'm going to attend their first meeting and see how that goes, for example. Second thing, the second bonus really about public speaking is that's just another great way to personally grow out of your comfort zone. Most people are afraid and never take the leap, but if you do, you're never going to look back. And I'm going to be honest, opportunities are going to open. For example, after the next 1 hour, I'll be public speaking to a small spiritual group of people. That concludes my my presentation. Is there any questions?
What do you most like speaking about, Toby?
I really like to speak about, am I muted? Okay, I'm not muted. I like to speak about my personal experience. That's one thing I like to share. Some things I do like to share, some of the lessons too, in a way, because for me personally, because it's important in public speaking. There's a phrase we do, you always make it entertaining, but also like a second thing, informative. I forgot the 3 pillars, but it's always at least entertaining and always a lesson. So I'm kind of serving 2 audiences in a way. People who don't really listen very well, but people who do listen and they get like a lesson from it, like a genuine lesson from what I'm sharing. And I'm still learning about what I would like to public speak because I'm so open to it. It's a very big field.
Very good. Yeah, you get an experience, which is the main thing. And maybe you can share your Calendly link there as well if others want to explore public speaking. Yes, Sam's asking if you've always liked public speaking.
I always if you know spiral dynamics, and based on what I know about, because I remember Keegan talked about Usain Bolt, like the kids who are always the slowest or were like born last or always become the fastest. Based on my background and a little bit about spiral dynamics, I always did public speaking, especially after high school. Like I always did it. Like people always know that you're very eloquent, you're very dynamic. I'll be upfront, I'm not used to public speaking in a Zoom setting. I'm very stronger. I could send a video. I will send them to those who ask, but I'm much better when it comes on stage. Like that's my specialty. So in a way, it's just, I enjoy it because I tried a bunch of different things.
Excellent. Thanks for sharing. And yeah, drop your Calendly link in there. And men who want to connect, you're welcome to connect there. Something that we were looking to do more work around as well. We've got Tan in the community who's also putting together a course around different techniques in speaking, understanding more awareness of what makes a good speech and basics that all public speakers learn. Something that we should all have as Uncom players. Some of it we might do a little bit instinctively, but it's things that can be practiced and learned as well. We're going to jump to Franz next. I know we're running a little bit behind time. We've got 2 more here for the morning session for me in Paraguay.
We have 3 more. Jake is presenting as well.
Could be true.
Yeah, I got in there yesterday, last minute. If we got time.
Okay. Yeah, it's not on my list.
Yeah, I can start. I can do a quick one, and then we can move forward. I'm just going to share the screen. Let me see that this works. There we go. Yeah. Here we go. Perfect. There we go. So I'll make a quick one. But essentially the idea is the future of program design with AI. This is a topic I'm very invested in for a couple of years now. I'll give you three examples. Maybe you already know some of these things, so I'll try to keep it simple, but AI has been changing the world, at least in the last year, if not longer. And I believe online coaching is already evolving with it. But we coaches need to adapt to stay with the pulse. And I would like to show you 3 levels, 3 options on how you can use AI in a very simple way. First one, there are many apps out there that are already starting to use AI and automations, everything. So for example, like some apps have like automated onboarding flows that assign forms, do messages and all of these things that allow you to automate your daily work. And you can eventually stop using Sheets, Google Sheets, email, and all of these basics. One of the things that I feel very cool is if you're an actual coach who does like training programs and everything, there are multiple drag and drop builder for programs and workouts that allow you modular individualization, how I call it. So you break down your coaching into chunks, like you have warm-up blocks, like skill blocks, training, conditioning, cooldowns, and then you can drag and drop build workouts. As a simple example, I made like this is 4 times sped up, but it just shows how I can create a session in like 2 minutes. This video is like 30 seconds, but it just shows how I have all of these like prepared building blocks. I know what I want to build, and I'm putting all of these things into one session, creating this individual session for my client that allows me to, instead of taking like 10, 15, 20 minutes on each session, I can write them down in 2 minutes, even before hopping into a personal training session. From here, I want to go one step deeper, because once you can think in building blocks and stuff like this, we can actually start using large language models for this, and they are super available. Imagine you would teach an intern to work for you. How would you educate them? How would you conserve your teaching? Would you teach them like complex algorithms on how to like calculate the right amount of training? Or would you just have some text documents, a library, educational stuff, and have them apply this? Why is this so important? LLMs, large language models like ChatGPT, are essentially very much text-based. If you can write your programs like you would explain them to an employee and specify like some forms of the program, like how many sessions there are or some things like this, some basic rules, you can actually use basic generative AI to create text-based programs, which is an amazing tool. So I would just want to show you the second example, something that I found out over this year and I'm using more with clients is, this is a text document that I originally created for a client to explain how, to train their jumping training. And it's a super simple document. I'll just scroll through here that explains how to do the session, how to do all of the stuff. There are a couple examples for what to train and everything. And then you can literally just use text prompting, like write an example session for a beginner client, low effort. And the Notion AI in this example, this is used in Notion, literally creates the session for the client. So this is a super brief example, but it's technically only a text document, and it pulls up a full program, a full workout. If you want to see more there, I'll just show you quickly a little deeper insight into this. So in this one, I literally only specified how an example session looks, like warm up, focus work, accessory work. And what I gave this one is like all of the different variations that can be trained, like single leg jumps, double leg jumps, jumping on boxes, all of the stuff. And I specified in a little chart how much is supposed to be trained. Like if I have a beginner, it's supposed to be a low effort session, I just said 30 to 60 reps. If an advanced athlete and it's a medium effort, it's 50 to 100 reps. And then the output, the one that I created here, is like doing the math for you literally based on text. So there's like, you're supposed to do 30 to 60 reps as a beginner, low effort. We said in the first block, you're going to do per 50% of the reps, spread through 3 variations. And then it does the super simple math for you and gives you like this is very text-based, but it's a text-based program. And I have been using this with clients. The more ideas you can write down, the better. And you likely know the idea of a second brain, having like a system where you can write down your notes. This is kind of the future without noticing. If you feed your information into some type of second brain system, you can have AI start to code your own stuff. So that is kind of like the second application. The more you can modularize it or like build it into building blocks, the better it works. And in the end, the coolest thing is like, besides building like custom-made text programs in like a few minutes just by prompting it, The second use case that I love doing is like for the last 3 years, I've been working for ATG for Coaches. And over the time, oftentimes we write the same feedback. So I started using AI to help me write in-depth form responses, create feedback, just based on like shortcuts, automation. So I, as the human, do the human-to-human interaction, say hello, understand the video, but then the fine-tuned video feedback is done with an AI that does the text writing and fine-tuning, like connecting the sentences for me. Third one, I know I'm rushing through this today very fast, but I could talk about this for hours and I try to keep it for a few minutes, so I'll rush through this one more. Afterwards, I'm happy to answer any questions. The third one, which is like my passion project over the last years with my business partner, is building like custom AI generated programs. So this is the idea of having an AI build programs that are still designed by you. So you set the rules, you determine the progressions. We, like in our tech solutions, we use like a questionnaire that's filled out. And then the workout is a real adaptive and individual workout. As a quick example, like this one in our app puts out like a full training workout. And I believe like we're not going to be the only provider of this. I feel like in the next 1 or 2 years, there's going to be like multiple custom solutions like this. So to give an example on how this can look, this is a quick look into it. In the app, you can fill out, like you get a questionnaire that you can like answer. It asks like basic data for you, like what your goals are, like whether you want to build muscle. Then maybe what's your goal, like building muscle, increasing strength, learning certain skills. You can prioritize or deprioritize different muscle areas or body groups. Then you can say how much you want to train mobility, which mobility skills you want to prioritize or deprioritize. It's a complex one. Then you can set up your equipment available as the client, so the program adjusts to your available equipment. You fill out some basic information on how many reps you can perform. Maybe you prefer, I'm sorry for the skipping back and forth. Maybe you prefer doing certain rep ranges. Maybe you want to do, I said like here, I prefer a mixture, so I don't want to only train low or high reps. I want to mix both. Then you can say like, do you want to do like a full body push-pull split? How many times a week do you want to train? How long should your sessions be? Then the program is actually, or the AI is creating your program with it. And then you have a fully lined out workout. In this example, I just like rescheduled the days and it completely spits out a workout for you with all of the components. You can even say like, hey, I want to determine my preferred pushing exercise. I love ring push-ups, so this is my pushing exercise. The Keynote video player doesn't like me today. I can prefer my preferred lower leg exercise, all of these things. And then in the end, you have like your fully customized workouts with fully customized sessions, everything in it. Why do I bring this up? This is just one version of it. We're currently working on turning this into like a super simple program builder that you as a coach can use. So you specify rules, progressions, programming logic, and then in the end, the AI spits out your workout for you. This might sound like a future, but we're already there. It's now just about scaling it so that the coach doesn't need to make like 10, 20 grand a month to make it a viable option, but actually any coach can go there. And this is one of the things that I studied IT in 2012, and I was dreaming of this stuff. And now 11 years later, this is just industry standard moving forward. And I feel like when I'm talking to coaches on a daily basis, we still have so many coaches who are lacking behind, who are not like enhancing their business with these things. And that's what I wanted to present to you today in a simple version. Again, this was a super brief one. Try to keep it within 5 minutes. Hit me with your questions. I'm happy to demonstrate or show more. Go ahead.
Yeah, amazing, brother. It's a huge project to get to where you are. Jeff presented about NFTs and the power of that technology in enhancing small business. Jack Zivlek also presented about the power of AI, and we discussed a little bit about programming during that one. Is there, any questions coming through there, gentlemen? How many coaches do you have using this now?
Not it.
Sorry? Okay, yeah, quickly, we have 3 coaches we built like custom apps for. They're not on the market. We have like a standard app on the market that has like around 3,000 users yet. And kind of that's the next step for us, like reaching out to coaches and like building customized versions for coaches. With the idea of like, we coded a lot of the first version like as like hard coding, then we turned it into like a program builder. And the idea is to like literally as a coach, you have like a flow chart or like a very visual program builder. And then you build your own automatic like logic, have your programs automated to the client, and then spend more time with the client instead of in front of spreadsheets.
You're saying you got 2,000 users, 3,000 users on the free version of it, or what
Yeah,
is...
it's 3,000 users. We have roughly 5% conversion rate, so a couple more than 100 paid users on it. Yeah.
What's the address for it? Web address?
It's like the one is just called Simple Calisthenics. I can send it in the chat, like just the landing page or the links, but you can find them as like native apps in the App Store as well. And yeah, the idea, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't say.
Okay, I thought I heard someone. Yeah, the idea with these things. Oh yeah, then it was you.
I was
Jeff,
going to
right?
say something quickly. Yeah, I just wanted to
Yeah, go ahead.
say, I just want to compliment you. I feel like a lot of times techie guys maybe not necessarily present well, and I just really feel like the way you spoke, you could resonate with the passion you had for it, right? Like you just feel that coming through the screen. And yeah, I just want to compliment you on casting your vision very, very well.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's this topic is like a super interesting one, especially because there's so many facets. I have been coaching like these complex things like acrobatics, handstands, where the traditional just do 5% more or 3 more reps doesn't really work out. So there was something that I was struggling with my own coaching, and then turning like having AI like coaching technology do this for you, I believe is like one of the solutions that we need to have more people explore these fields. But then at the same time, there are still so many coaches who like either have low margins or charge horrendous prices because they spend so much time with each individual client. And if you enjoy this, that's great, but it makes it nearly impossible to scale. And I've built like my own employees who are doing like classes and PTs with me here in Berlin. But in the online world, you can use technology to scale it. And this is something that just, I believe many coaches don't have on the horizon.
Yeah, let's book in a longer presentation about this so you can share some more detail of what it would look like for coaches, how they can use the free version, the paid version, and then also what the custom possibilities are, so people can understand what's possible. But yeah, really good. This was just a rough idea, maybe 18 months ago, or it was, yeah. So, and I remember we were talking on New Year's maybe 2 years ago about what getting some money and being more entrepreneurial and stop being a poor coach. It was a general message of the conversation, and Franz took it to heart, and he's become a serious business person since then. And you can see that here, which is beautiful, and that's what these workshops are for. So also take that as an invitation. Franz was the ultimate passionate about movement, not making such much of a business, and yeah, you can see things changing. So well done.
Thank you. Yeah, just as a personal insight there, like I joined Keegan's program in 2020 and when it was like real movement, and I was like amidst the pandemic, not making a grand anymore, like lost my in-person clients and classes and all of this stuff. And this year is like I averaged 10 grand with at least like the basics programs. We're looking to scale this more, and it's an amazing journey and see this develop. So it's awesome. Yeah.
You also had the opportunity to work within ATG for coaches as well, because you were enthusiastic. I was looking for someone, and then when Ben and Alyssa took over, Franz had that opportunity as well, which I think is one that a lot of men overlook, the value of getting inside of something that already works to see and think about things and be making money in the thing that you want to do. So well done taking that opportunity as well. And I know that the ATG coaches, you really appreciate the detail that you put into feedback around the movement side of things, and you're setting up that system as well. You did a really amazing job. You did something that I knew I couldn't do, sort of what Justin was talking about in the other presentation. I needed someone like Franz to be able to execute that side of the ATG for coaches, and Franz did an amazing job with that as well.
Appreciate it. Thank
I
you.
look forward to more in-depth presentation. Maybe you can share a bit more of your story with that one as well. We'll book it in.
Yeah, we'd love to.
Excellent. Jorge, Daniel, Mexico Village.
Hello. I'm going to
Welcome.
share my screen.
Yes. So yeah, give me 1 second. Jorge is running the Macreros app in Mexico and in Spanish. He has a successful body composition app that he's been running now for a while, a couple of years. And he came into ATG for Coaches wanting to improve his body and his knowledge, and he's really taken ATG for Coaches to a lot of people in Mexico and brought a lot of passion to that and to that network as well. And when I asked him to join Uncommon Success in April this year, I thought it would be good for him based on him already having an app and already having an audience. And I couldn't have imagined how good it was going to be for me to have Jorge join Uncommon Success. He's been the biggest supporter and full of energy. And he drove all the way, he flew down to Cancun to pick me up 5 o'clock in the morning and take me down to where he's sitting right now. And that was in May, just after he joined. And I asked Jorge, can you make a village in Mexico? And a few months later, here it is, and it's full, and we're just getting started with the project. So thank you so much for the work that you've done so far, Jorge, and everybody in the community really appreciates the work that you're doing. Thank you for putting this together. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Keegan, for that words. It has been the best year of my life so far, and the best is just yet to come. Yeah, I was planning to give a presentation about Macreros, but I want to talk about all the projects that I am doing and how my journey to get to where I am today. So I did this presentation. I just want to ask, are you seeing my presentation? Okay. So I titled my presentation how I went from lost to wait a second, please. Yes, now. How I went from lost to living my dream.
We were seeing just the Notion one, but now we're seeing half and half. So maybe.
Okay, I know what to do. Sorry. Ready. So how I went from lost to living my dream. Well, to achieve my dreams, I had to take action and to take the risk. That's something that I learned in the last years of my life. And I want to share with you a little bit of my past. I was following the society rules. I was living my family dreams. I was living my dad expectations in my family business. But I didn't feel fulfilled or happy what I was doing with my life. My family, they have a stainless steel recycling company. And well, it was my comfort zone because it was already there and they just give me a job over there. But when I saw this picture that I am sharing here, and when I understand what it means, that the magic only happens outside the comfort zone, my life changed forever. Fitness was always my passion. I was learning about nutrition and macronutrients by myself. Nobody teach me nothing. I was reading by my own, but I was doing it for me. And I want to talk a little bit about this picture that it says that, well, the comfort zone, it feels safe and it's where I can feel in control. But over there, nothing is going to happen and nothing is going to change. And the next step is the fear zone, because yeah, I remember when I was doing these steps forward to following my dreams, it feels scary and lost a little bit, anxiety. But after that, I start to learn and to improve my knowledge, my journey. And so I was there in the learning zone. And well, thanks to my actions, thanks to my mentors, and thanks to my enthusiastic, now I am in the growth zone in the projects that I am doing. So I want to share with you the projects Keegan was talking about. I call this my reality. So now I have a successful program that I call Macreros. I have a fitness app where I can teach the Latin Americans how to get in shape, how to learn about fitness from the beginning. It's like for rookies, honestly. And I already had in the last 3 years like 3,000 clients all around Latin America. Right now I have 180 active clients using my app. Also, I am the only ATG level 2 Mexican coach. In the 2020, I broke my knee. And on that moment, I was really, really sad and depressed because it was the first injury that I had. But when now I can realize that tragedy becomes my opportunity. And well, today I'm an ATG coach and I can help people to heal their injuries. I am doing a good job here in Mexico. I already helped like 30 Mexicans to get out of pain and to have a better life. Also, I am not sure about this, but I think it's true. I am the fastest ATG level 2 in the ATG history. On April on this year, I'm sorry, it's 23. I did a mistake here. On April on the 23, I joined Oncom, and thanks for the community, I beat all my mental demons, especially with Tyson and Daniel DePaul tools that they teach to me. And I can say that for the first time of my life, I am the right place with the correct people, people who is helping me to grow, people who is supporting me, and they share my dreams. They teach me how to be better day by day. I am really, really grateful that Keegan invites me to be part of this beautiful community. And everything happens really fast. Right now, I own an Oncom village in Mexico with my Oncom friends. I can say that the dreams comes true because daily, all the mornings when I wake up, my friends, they are always with me. We do what we love, with the same values, with the same principles, and it's incredible. Honestly, right now, I can't even believe that it's true, but it's true that all day, 24/7, I'm sharing with these persons, these people's my same values and the habits, our same habits. And I can say that I am really, really happy right now, but I am not satisfied at all, because I can see that my current reality, it's my new comfort zone, because I feel that I feel safe right now. So for me, that it's a red light. Keegan, he's always telling me, don't chill, and I don't want to chill at all. So my next steps out of the comfort zone, it's that I am going to I will expand Macreros to many more languages, and I want to have the best macro application in the world. The Oncom Mexico village is this is just the version number 1. The owners, Keegan and me, we are going to build an Oncom city. That's how I imagine this project. Not just a house, not just a couple of houses. I imagine hundreds of houses where the humans, they can live the way we live. And I am working to spread my ATG knowledge in Spanish, because I have that advantage that we are really few Spanish talkers coaches, and I think we are only like 6 L2 Spanish talkers, ATG Spanish talkers, and 2 days ago I received a message from the director of ATG for coaches, Marcel, asking me that if I am interested in work for the ATG community in Spanish. Obviously, I said yes. So I think my intuition is telling me that in the next year, I will be part of the formal ATG group of coaches in the Spanish community. And well, I just want to finish my presentation saying that achieving success is not easy. Nothing worthwhile in life is easy. It has to be hard. I had to jump into the unknown, and that's scary, but even with fear, I will never hesitate to take that jump again. And that's what I wanted to share with you guys. If you have any questions.
Who's planning on going to Mexico the next 12 months? Getting to the village in Bacalar on the border of Belize.
I'll actually be there for my wife's cousin's wedding. We're gonna be there.
And
So
Yeah.
maybe I can tie it in to be able to come there and check it out at the same time. April.
I'm planning. Oops, sorry. I'm planning in probably late August, early September to come and hang out with you there.
Very cool.
Yeah, I am going to share my booking link to talk about these plans of you guys visiting us.
I'm going to be there from
And
December till May or so. We're going to be in
very
Mexico,
cool.
Bacalar and Playa del Carmen, having the baby around the Playa del Carmen area. It's the plan. So we might catch up there, Jeff. It'll be good to finally meet face to face.
That'd be awesome. I was actually after yesterday was thinking I'd just fly down to Paraguay and come and jump in a car and come find you. There's always that too. I love South America.
We're 20 days and we'll be in the south of Mexico. It's a little bit
cool.
easier.
That's way easier.
Yeah.
I got a question for the speaker. I'm just curious. I love the fact. Sorry, my dog is just jumping all over me here. I think she can hear you guys through the headphones. I'm just curious how you're finding this has been received by the Latin American community. I agree, it's a real niche. I just wonder, like, is some of the concepts are people really embracing it? Is it a brand new thing, or does it take a while to kind of educate them on it all?
Yeah, it take a while. The Latin America community, in my perspective, they don't care that much about health, and they don't have the education. We don't have the education. We don't have the tools to know deeply into this subject. But yeah, it can be. At the beginning, I thought that was a disadvantage, but right now I think it's a really big opportunity area, because I am one of the first guys who are doing this in Latin America. So yeah, I have a lot of opportunity to grow. But yeah, it's hard to change all the culture, but as I said, nothing in life that it's worth it. It's easy.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Here in this screen, they are two of my biggest mentors. For three, obviously Keegan, that they helped me to achieve all my dreams and my goals. It's Franz and Daniel De Pau. They have been always with me, and that's the beautiful of the community.
Yeah, it's incredible to consider that you are in Mexico, Keegan's in Paraguay, I'm on Vancouver Island. Other people are scattered all around, and yet we can benefit and help each other and raise each other to new levels, and yet never actually shake hands physically. I mean, it's just amazing opportunity when you start to unpack how that can change the world. That's so good.
Yeah, Francis in Germany. I can say he's my direct coach, to be honest.
Cool.
Literally. Talking about ATG, and Daniel De Pau, it's in South Africa, and he's the guy who bring me out of the shades of the dark. And honestly, I am in light, obviously about the work I did, but Daniel De Pau, it's clue about this success, and he's in South Africa. So yeah, like, the community is beautiful. Oncom, it's incredible.
We need to get Daniel his village in Paraguay or Portugal or South Africa. That's yeah. There's a lot of work still to do, and that's the fun. Building
the best is yet to come.
Yeah, 100%. That's the fun of it. Still haven't. We haven't met face to face, have we, France?
I'm sorry.
I still haven't met friends face to face, but you kind of forget after a while when you've had so much contact. It feels like I know you, and when you finally meet, it's just the same. That's my experience. People say online communities aren't real and stuff. Telegram isn't really real, but these are. And when you have like a bunch of podcasts and a bunch of things, like, it's exactly the same when you meet in person. It's a little bit better. It's always like in person is still great. I'm not saying we just need to live in digital bubbles. The villages are good and face to face is amazing, but you can really build important relationships, connections, business partnerships before you meet face to face. It doesn't need to wait. Ben Patrick and I worked together for 3 years before we met face to face. Great things that happened before we ever connected. It did accelerate it, and same with Nico. Nico and I was like 7 years, and then we finally met face to face, and that was Bali Time Chamber started, from just during that time. But we hadn't met. We had a strong connection already. I get to Jose's in Uruguay as well here. Jeff spent some
in
time
Uruguay.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I used to live in Montevideo, Uruguay, in 2007 and 2008. So I was soy investor, trading full time, and in Pocitos, Circular Rambla, Gandhi.
Yeah,
it was great. I love Uruguay. That's where you live?
Yeah, I lived there for 2 years, just moved to Malvin, but also on the Rambla. So yeah, very close.
Man, I love Uruguay. Love Uruguay. Yeah.
Thank you, man.
I could talk a lot on this, so we'll have to stay in touch. I want to go down with my wife and take her there. But yeah, kids in school, crazy safe. I mean, we'd walk the streets at midnight, no problems. I mean, the children would take taxis. My daughter would take a taxi at 12 years old on her own, coming from like French class and different classes. Like it was great. Boys would ride the bus with the local kids, no problems. Yeah, never had an issue. It was like even when I went to the school and I started talking to them about some of the problems we have in North America, if you're worried about abuse and things like that, and they're just like, what? We don't have those issues here. And I'm thinking, sure you don't, right? And they're like, no, we don't have like, and it's just like this. I don't know. It's hard. It was back. I don't know. I hope it's still the same. It was just so hard to come from North America into a place where you're not worried about your kids on the street and you're not worried about, somebody doing something. And maybe the worst might be somebody steals your beer or your sunglasses on the beach. Like it was pretty good.
There's the vision when you live in a place where there's no fear, and the food isn't poisoned, and you can work on your dreams. the vision. That's what was a good segue to throw to Jake Austin. Young man is in the Vanuatu village. He took the opportunity to go over there, get into some construction, work on his online business, get some experiences that very few men get at his stage in development in life. So yeah, welcome, Jake. Thanks for taking the opportunity to do this. Over to you.
No, thank you for having me. It's a bit last minute there, but I'm hoping my presentation complements Jorge's. Actually, I'll just present my screen.
Did Sebastian give you some encouragement as well to be a presenter here, or?
It was Lyndon.
Okay.
Lyndon said, you're presenting. So I said, okay. Here we go. So just to introduce myself, my name is Jake Austin. I'm 20 years old and I'm from Melbourne, Australia. Take my headphones off. But yeah, currently living in the Uncom village in Vanuatu. My presentation is just to share the last few years of my life and yeah, how my path has kind of changed since joining Uncom. Oh, I missed a slide there. Yep. There's me in my school uniform in 2021, year 12. I think this is a good place to start because through school I was I never really wanted to go to uni. I knew the 9-to-5 route wasn't for me and I was pretty stubborn about that, but it left me kind of lost through school, and as it came to an end, I wasn't sure exactly where I was going to go. I was without guidance, and yeah, I kind of got swept up in a party scene, drugs, alcohol to excess, and it got to a point, you know, it was something that was a part of my weekend life, but as I finished school, it became a part of my weekday life. And man, I was just working like food delivery in between to fund this sort of lifestyle. But yeah, eventually it got to a point where I felt deteriorated. I was pale and skinny and yeah, an emotional wreck really. But it was at this point I realized I had to get out of the environment I was in and the people I was hanging around. So I moved to a beach town and got a bartending job and worked there over summer for a few months. And this segued into a series of seasonal jobs because I kind of realized this would keep me out of that sort of toxic environment I'd put myself in. So then I found myself on a farm making wine, which was cool. And then earlier this year, I was in the Australian Alps. Here's my mate. Oh. And yes, working and living in the snow, snowboarding every day. It was awesome. All those experiences were awesome. Met some great people, but it was not pushing me to be my best. I knew I had more potential. And to touch on Jorge's presentation, I was kind of found some new level of comfort in these 3-month stints of seasonal work. So it was then I found, I came across Keegan's message and Uncommon Success, and that really resonated. And yeah, it was the network that I was looking for of men, you know, striving to be richer, smarter, and more athletic. All things that really interest me. And then I heard about the villages, and I was pretty much sold. I yeah, got on the payment plan I could afford, and yeah, signed up. And yeah, now 3 months later, I'm here in Vanuatu. I had a bunch of amazing experiences so far. I've only been here 2 weeks. I've got some photos, like what I've been getting up to. And yeah, it's been lots has come from being here. It's all these new experiences, but learning new skills every day. Like Keegan said, I'm on site building, you know, doing farming, learning to live off grid. But then also there's the in-person connections aspect to it, which is that, you know, some of the real value in the villages. I'm meeting all the amazing people that this place attracts, whether it's been doctors, follow like an ancestral root cause sort of practice, or a group of guys here starting a soccer project with the youth and incorporating ATG principles. Or I think that's Nathan Gold here on the right. He stayed here for about a week, and I got to pick his brain. And that was inspiring for me, because he started with Keegan when he was my age. Started working with Keegan, and now he's in a position where he's built a business, and he's buying some land here and building a house for him and his family. So yeah, pretty much this change in environment has offered me new direction with purpose. And yeah, that was the experience I wanted to share. And there's my Instagram handle, so you can kind of follow along. I'm posting stories about my time in Vanuatu each day. That's my Telegram also, so if you, I don't know, something resonated here, you can shoot me a message and we can connect.
Yeah, drop your Calendly link into the chat there as well, if you don't mind. Yep. Everyone else is welcome to drop your link in as well if you'd like to connect with others. Any questions for Jake about life in Vanuatu, the journey that he's been on there?
Hey, Jake, I would love to know, what was the trigger point that really got you to go there? Like what was there something inside that really changed your head? Because that's not normal. And maybe I missed that at the beginning, but if I did, I'm sorry, but I just love to know, like, because it's not I know you were like partying and doing the things, and I'm an avid snowboarder, so I get that scene. I'm just curious, what was the shift that put you there?
That got me to come to Vanuatu.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a no-brainer for me. Like I said, I was doing seasonal work, and I was in the snow halfway through the season there when I signed up, and I was looking for that next thing. I had not much else happening in Australia, so you know, that was the selling point of Uncom for me. Was you know, like I said, the villages, but yeah, being able to like network with these sorts of people in person, Yeah, it reminded me of a Dan Painter quote, show me your friends and I'll show you your future. So I was like, yeah, straight on it when I saw the opportunity for Vanuatu.
What do your parents think about the journey that you've decided to go on here?
Yeah, fully supporting it. Dad always wanted me to go to uni, but I told him there's a lot of coursework in Uncom and that I'm doing some study, so he was happy with that, and yeah, they've been supportive, which is great.
That's awesome. My godson's the same age as you, and literally just it's part of the reason I'm asking the question. Just the mindset, literally just says like, I'm not going to university. It's just a waste of time and money. I'm gonna go and I'm buying a business and I'm gonna do this. And he's just closed on a $5 million, I think it is, dollar business. Almost all of it, they hardly had to put any cash out to do it, and is launching. He's got very supportive parents, but for him, he was like, "This is what I want to be doing. I want to get this thing," and he's got a total plan on how to flip it down the road in 4 or 5 years and exit that. And it's just super cool. So I love hearing stories from people who are pushing their edges, which sounds like you're jumping in and doing something that the rest of your crowd's not.
Yeah, cheers.
You have to get him on to present, Jeff. Ask him if he'd come and share his story.
Yeah, he probably would. He's very smart, very keen. Caden is his name. Yeah, you know what? I can bring that up to him. He was so cool. Even in the negotiations, he turns around and he says to the guy, "So you're going to end up paying way more tax on this. What if with the government, we're taxed a lot here in Canada." And he goes, "So what if we did this instead, and you pay me this way?" Or no, he did something where basically he reduced the guy's tax burden by 50%. But he got the funds out of it because of it. Like it was like whatever, it was crazy. When I heard the story, I was like, "You did what?" But it was like one of those things where the guy was going to be paying 200,000, and by changing something differently in the deal, Caden makes another 100 grand. He gets 100,000 in assets, and the guy doesn't pay 100,000 in tax. And the guy's just like, "Sure, whatever. I'd rather see you have it and be successful in business and give it to the government." It was just like that. Yeah. So anyhow, I'll do what I can. I could see if I get him on.
Very cool. Have you seen where the next developments that we're looking at? Have you seen the plans with Lyndon Jake from the other side of the road? And
Tom was talking about something on the other side of the road the other day, but I can't remember exactly what it was.
Yeah, it's okay. Maybe it's not meant to be public yet, but there's a big land development progression that we're looking at for Vanuatu. Also looking forward to exploring that with Jorge as well when we go down there again. What's next? There's a bunch of different options, and it's all about the strength of the network. If the more people that understand what we're doing here and want to participate in it, the more certain it is to invest in this real estate. So it's exciting because you can see the strength of this thing growing exponentially. Jose and I have been speaking about Paraguay, Uruguay as well. We know, Jeff's got a passion for this part of the world. I'd really like to do something down here as well. But step by step, as the network gets stronger, it becomes inevitable. 2023, we started with Montenegro and Vanuatu, and we added Mexico and Bali. No doubt there's going to be more additions in 2024. It's just the exciting thing where they're going to be, and obviously the existing projects still under development, lots more to do. There's new houses going in Bali. Montenegro is ready to have 20 cabins. Mexico is ready for the next evolution. Vanuatu is ready to release a big housing estate. So it's pretty exciting. You can go from not much to big opportunities in just a year. I think my internet's flaking a little bit. All right. That was amazing.
Yeah, you're freezing up. You're freezing up a bit, but we can hear you. Oh, Keegan, we just lost you. There you are.
Yeah, my internet bailed on me there for the outro, but yeah, thank you so much for joining us. It was a great session, really powerful stuff there from many, and looking forward. All of these could easily be 3 hours with discussion and going back and forward, delivering more, going deeper. We got to do this more often. I think we can probably do a mini version of it each week. We're definitely going to do a version of it each month, have at least one day each month with multiple presentations. And I love this format of having players doing their first presentation, 5 or 10 minutes, and also having the longer ones with discussion. So I would also like to do it. I love feedback of like getting 2 or 3 or 4 guys that present almost about the same topic in brief, and then open up discussion and potentially some debate as well around similar topics. I think that would be a cool evolution of this dynamic. There's some other guys that are really into the primal patterns, for example, which Brian Michelson presented on this morning. There's others who are really good in business development, like Justin. Kind of getting that meeting of the minds would be potentially a next level of discussion. It's cool to see presentations, and it's good to get the ideas laid out, but then it's also good to be able to really hear off the cuff how questions are answered and how people look at things. So yeah, thank you so much.
Great idea. Great idea.
Cool. Yeah, let's roll with that. Let's do a cool crypto theta one as one of the next rollouts of that. It's really fun when you got 2 or 3 other guys and you're going to bounce off each other and then questions as well. So excellent. We're getting momentum. We're solving something. Your beautiful dog there, Jose, as well. Have a great rest of the day.